Inventing the new energy technologies we need. Working faster to decarbonize oil and gas and other industries. Going further to affect real change all over the world. And who are we? We are the ones doing it today and going further for tomorrow. We are SLB, driving energy innovation for a balanced planet.
One asset, one software. Introducing T-Navigator, the future of reservoir modeling technology. Capture geoscience, completion engineering, and dynamic reservoir simulation within a single application. Enjoy the seamless integration between multiple domains, accelerating your analysis to match the pace of field operations. It's all you need for integrated asset modeling, from reservoir to surface networks, making cross-domain collaboration simple. From the reservoir to the wellbore to your fractures and your surface network facilities. You can utilize all of your field data to create a robust interpretation of your asset. Carry it forward to simulation and apply uncertainties on your static and dynamic properties throughout, allowing you to thoroughly analyze and evaluate the field and for your team to make informed decisions on the assets. If you're looking for a seamless solution for integrated asset modeling, then look no further. Contact us today to book a demo. T-Navigator, powering assets, empowering teams.
What does it mean to go further? Is it to go beyond what you think is possible? To not back down from the toughest challenges? To look deeper and connect the dots? Or to create the unimagined? For us, it's all of these. To go further. It's what we do. It's what we have always done. It's in our DNA. We need a new future for our planet. One with more energy, but less carbon. It's the world's greatest balancing act. To get there, we must go further than ever before. Further in innovation. Inventing the new energy technologies we need. Working faster to decarbonize oil and gas and other industries. Going further to affect real change all over the world. And who are we? We are the ones doing it today and going further for tomorrow. We are SLB, driving energy innovation for a balanced planet.
One asset, one.
Distinguished guests and attendees, before we begin, please pay attention to the safety briefing video of the Sheraton Gandaria City, Jakarta.
Welcome to the Sheraton Grand Jakarta Gandaria City Hotel. Your safety is our priority. We would like to have your attention on our safety features in case of emergency. Thank you for your attention. Sheraton Grand Jakarta Gandaria City is equipped with a control system and monitor 24 hours. Each meeting room is equipped with a fire extinguisher, sprinkler, smoke detector, and public address system. Sheraton Grand Jakarta Gandaria City Hotel has 4 exit doors giving to the assembly point. We are in the meeting room. In the event of emergency alarm, please do not panic. If you hear through the speaker,
Your attention, please. There's an emergency in the hotel. Please leave the building in orderly fashion by the nearest exits.
our expert associates will guide you toward the nearest emergency exit doors to the assembly point. Thank you for your trust and enjoy a memorable day at the Sheraton Grand Jakarta Gandaria City Hotel.
Distinguished guests, first, we would like to sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We kindly request to all attendees to stand up. Please raise for the national anthem.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, distinguished guests ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the annual Energy Symposium 2025. Once again, we would like to thank all of you for attending here. And Annual Energy Symposium 2025 is hosted by Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE Java Indonesia section. Supported by SKK Migas,
T Navigator,
SLB,
Rystad Energy Asia Pte Ltd,
PT Elnusa Tbk,
ExxonMobil Cipul Limited,
Medco INP Indonesia,
Pertamina Hulu Energi,
Harbor Energy,
media partner by Scope Pertamina.
Today's symposium centers on the vital theme of domestic energy resilience for now and the future. The symposium serves as a dynamic platform uniting professionals, policymakers, academics, and students to delve into critical energy industry issues. Over the course of the day, we will explore strategies for strengthening national energy resilience, engage with new technological innovations, and discuss forward-looking policy frameworks. My name is Anissa Widyasari.
And I'm Aziza Zahra. We are honored to have your presence today. And we hope this session sparks innovations, collaborations, and bold steps towards a sustainable energy future. Before we proceed, allow us to extend a warm welcome and our highest appreciation to the distinguished guests and VIPs who have joined us this morning. To all the panelists that have gathered here, sponsor representative, Bapak Bambang Ismanto, as Advisor of SPE Java Indonesia Section 2025. Bapak Hasbi Lubis, former of SPE Java Section Indonesia Chairperson 2016. Bapak Rizky Azhar, as SPE Java Chairperson 2025. Bapak Farid Febrian, as SPE Java Vice Chairperson in Java Section Indonesia, and Bapak Arif Pranoto as Project Manager of Annual Energy Symposium 2025, and all esteemed guests and attendees that have gathered here.
Please give ourselves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our main sessions, let us take a moment to appreciate the beauty of Indonesia's cultural richness.
To open this event with spirit and pride, we present to you a special traditional dance performance by the talented students of Kesda Oper, Kesenian Daerah Universitas Pertamina. This performance symbolizes unity, strength, and gratitude values that resonates with our mission today.
Please enjoy the performance, Tarian Rampak Helau.
All right, thank you to the amazing dancers from Kesda Upar for the captivating performance. What a powerful reminder of our roots as we move forward into the future of the energy.
Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to ask the member of the audience, how many of you is a member of SPE Java or SPE organizations? Maybe if you're students, professional, thank you very much. I see a lot of hands. And Z, you are a student yourself, right?
Yes.
So maybe you could share to the audience, where are you from, your student chapter from?
Okay, so I'm from SP Universitas Indonesia Student Chapter.
Okay, so would you share the experience about the collaborations that students get from the professional members of the SPE Java?
Okay, so I believe that SP Java itself has actually helped us a lot in paving our ways to career path through collaborations and of course mentoring, and then of course competitions and scholarships, just like this annual energy symposium.
Okay, thank you for sharing. So maybe some of the audience are not a member yet, but we invite you to join the membership. You could simply go to the website spe.org, and then you can register yourself or maybe some members of your company to be a member of the SPE Java. You could get a lot of exposure such as events, not just events, but also technical sessions, papers, competitions, and other networking opportunities that we could help to get you to. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially commence the Annual Energy Symposium 2025, we are honored to hear a few words from the chairperson of SPE Java, Mr. Ahmad Rizky Azhar, to deliver his opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, nama budaya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable panelists, friends, fellow professionals, student chapter representatives. My name is Rizky Azhar. I'm the chairperson of SPE Java Indonesia section for 2024 to 2026. And on behalf of SPE Java Indonesia section, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to our main event of Annual Energy Symposium 2025. Happy to see the familiar faces, the vibrant and the diverse group of communities gather together today in what promises to be the insightful and valuable session. So even though there is last minute changes for the lineup of the panelists because of some of the panelists, Pak Ariana and Pak Ricky, have to fulfill their national duty call, we are very grateful for the presence of our honorable panelists. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome Bapak Aldi Amir, Upstream Strategic Research from SKK Migas Team Lead, Bapak Tri Firmanto, Companies Director from Energy Mega Persada, Bapak Rahmat Hidayat, Director of Pertamina Hulu Energy Strategic Planning and Business Development, Bapak Mr. Samchua, Principal Advisor from Rystad Energy Asia Pacific, Professor Tutuka Aryaji, Professor of Institut Teknologi Bandung, Petroleum Engineering Department, Bapak Raihan Mahfudz, Vice President Subsurface of BP Indonesia, and then Bapak Taufan, Muhammad Taufan, Vice President of Upstream and Strategic Planning, Pertamina Hulu Rokan, and also we will have Pak Wisnu Bahariansyah, Director of Pertamina Human Capital and Corporate Service, Pertamina Hulu Energy. Also, I would like to mention honorable guests, Bapak Bambang Ismanto and Bapak Hasbi. Thanks for coming. We really appreciate your time, your effort, and your commitment to share your experience to our community. So for those of you who are not new to Annual Energy Symposium or AAS, so basically this AAS 2025 marked our third consecutive successful IAS, which conducted since 2023. And this IAS started by professional workshop conducted in collaboration with Pertamina Scope and with T-Navigator last week in PSC Tower, followed by golf tournament in collaboration with Birdie last Saturday in Damai Indah Golf BSD City, and then continued with professional training in collaboration with Gafni Clan Associates about storage resource management system, and then continued with Gaia Sustainability Talks, which is conducted in collaboration with Pertamina Sustainability, and then also followed by a series of competition, started with student case study competition, which is in collaboration with Rystad Energy, and also 3 minutes pop poster presentation. And then yesterday we have successfully completed student and professional hackathon competition in collaboration with SLB and Dataiku. And today is the main event itself. We will have series of panel discussion, which will cover topics related about the domestic energy resilience strategy, and then technical innovation, technology innovation, and actions to face the challenges. And in the afternoon, we will complete the day with leadership talk about the guide and professional growth career perspective during the energy transition. So in this opportunity, I would also like to appreciate, sincere appreciation for our sponsors, for our event collaborators, event organizers, organizing committee, and friends who are working hard side by side to make this event a reality. Well, SPE Java is very committed to always bring and provide latest technology advancements, and also to provide global expertise and best practices, and to foster collaboration among the members and the broad community. And this event is a perfect example of what SPE Java can do best and can offer. So I hope that this panel discussion, or all the whole entire sessions today, will spark new ideas, breakthrough, and of course, further collaboration between us, new network, and then lasting connections. So once again, thank you very much for joining us, and looking forward for engaging and productive day. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rezi Azhar, for your opening remarks.
In a short moment, we will begin our first panel discussion, Domestic Energy Resilience Strategies for Now and the Future. This session will examine how Indonesia can strengthen its energy independence through innovative exploration, technology adoption, and policy integration. As the world navigates energy transition and economic uncertainty, resilience is no longer a term vision, it is an urgent necessity.
Through these discussions, we hope to uncover actionable strategies that ensure energy security while balancing sustainability, affordability, and national interest.
Okay, before we begin, again, I would like to ask the member of the audience, does any of you have followed SPE Java social media account? Thank you very much. We are available on various platforms such as Instagram, LinkedIn, and we also have our own website now. So if you could go to spejava.com, you will see a lot of information about our organizations and upcoming events. You could also see some features about the news that we rewrite from other platforms. We also have information regarding the latest technology, and we invite you to participate and join and follow our social media accounts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our first panel session. To guide this important conversation, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, Miss Yunita, Senior Production Engineer at Harbor Energy. To Miss Yunita, the floor is yours.
Check, check. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I can hear you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so once again, I want to welcome you all to the SP Annual Energy Symposium 2025. And thank you for joining this highly anticipated panel discussion titled with the Domestic Energy Resilience Strategy for Now and the Future. It is truly an honor for me to moderate this session today. The Annual Energy Symposium is an essential professional forum where thought leaders, industry practitioners, government officials, and academic experts come together to exchange ideas, insights, and innovations. Throughout the symposium, we'll be diving into panel discussions that address pressing and trending topics ranging from the energy trilemma challenges, energy resilient business risk and opportunity, upstream business innovation, and policy alignment that are actively shaping the energy industry's trajectory. Now, without further ado, I am thrilled to introduce our esteemed panelists who will bring a wealth of experience and perspectives to today's discussions. Okay. First, Bapak Aldi Amir. Mr. Aldi Amir is an experienced professional in the oil and gas industry with extensive expertise in exploration, geomatics, petroleum economics, commercial strategy, budgeting, and cost management. He is currently serving as team lead for strategic upstream studies at SK Chemigas. His career in SK Chemigas spans various key roles, including senior manager for work program, manager of work program and budget, and POD management, PSC economics management, and multiple assignments. Welcome, Pak. Hope you're well. Okay, it's a bit paper, not paperless. Just a second. Okay, second, Bapak Rahmat Hidayat. Mr. Rahmat Hidayat is a seasoned professional with over 3 decades of experience in upstream oil and gas and geothermal industry. He currently serves as Director of Strategic Planning and Business Development at PT Pertamina Hulu Energi. Welcome, Pak. Okay, the third is same as the name, Tri, Bapak Tri Firmanto. Bapak Tri is an experienced energy expert with a strong background in upstream operations and leadership. Currently Director of Asset B Operation at PT Energi Mega Persada Tbk. He has held key roles such as Deputy, COO, and General Manager. He earned his engineering degree from University of Indonesia and Masters in Petroleum Engineering from Trisakti University. Welcome Pak Tri. Big applause lagi, nggak kedengeran. Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Sam Chua. Sam Chua is the principal of consulting Asia Pacific and is based in Singapore. In Rystad Energy. He has more than 10 years of working experience in the energy sector and focuses on the area of strategy development, commercial advisory, transaction support, and market opportunity assessment project. Sam has extensive experience working with a wide range of clients, including energy majors, investors, NOCs, NGOs, and governments. Welcome back. And last but not least, Bapak Profesor Tutuka Aryaji. Profesor Tutuka Aryaji, MSc PhD, is the leading figure in Indonesia's petroleum sector, combining academic excellence with strategic government leadership. He currently heads the Drilling Production and Petroleum Management Research Group at ITB. He previously served as General of Oil and Gas in 2020 and 2024, and Pak Tutuka also currently as the Commissioner of Pertamina Hulu Energi, and has held prominent roles such as Chairman of IATMI and Vice Dean of ITB's Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering. Welcome back. No podium, langsung. Okay. So it's really good to have all of the expertise here. I really adore all of these panelists here, actually. And I think we would like also to efficient the time. Let's start the discussion. Okay. So our first panelist will talk about Indonesia's upstream future, driving domestic energy resilience. Will be a noteworthy topic to begin our session. Please welcome Bapak Aldi Amir. Yeah, we invite you to start.
Yes, since there's no podium, I think, is it okay if I just sit down? Yeah, okay. So it's more relaxed. Okay. Oh, there's the podium, okay. Okay. Distinguished speakers, Pak Profesor Tutuka Aryaji, Pak Rahmat Hidayat, Pak Tri Firmanto, Pak Samchua. Fortunately, these are all my longtime colleagues and also my mentor. And also moderator Bu Yunita, chairperson of SPE Java and esteemed guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, peace and greetings to all of us. So, first of all, thank you for having me. Unfortunately, Pak Riki Rahmat Firdaus, the Deputy of Exploration, Development and Working Area Management, is unable to attend due to prior commitments. And I have the privilege of representing SKK Migas in this event. So before I begin the presentation, I think we all seen the news recently. So, so before we delve into the crucial topic of domestic energy resilience, I believe it's essential to briefly address the current geopolitical landscape, both in the Middle East and in the world, and its immediate impact on global energy markets. While these events are deeply concerning and the situation remains fluid, because every day we see the social media and the mainstream news media, there's always uncertainties about the situation. But what's interesting is from an energy perspective is that the global energy markets have shown a degree of resilience, at least so far, right now. But this fragility underscores the importance of the very topic we will discuss today, which is the domestic energy resilience. Because ultimately, relying heavily on a volatile global supply chain, heavily influenced by the geopolitical events in the distant region, is a fundamental vulnerability. I think we can all agree on that. So, building robust domestic energy resilience becomes not just an economic imperative point of view, but it's a strategic necessity for the national security and stability. So, with that in mind, let's now turn our attention to how can we best secure our own energy future. So, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's upstream oil and gas sector has shown a strong resurgence since the COVID-19 pandemic. Exploration investment has significantly increased and is projected to surge by almost 300% in 2025 compared to the pandemic period. This rebound is driven by giant offshore discoveries that have reignited investor interest. The discoveries at Hidayah, Timpan, Layaran, Tangkulo, and Geng North serve as evidence of this potential. These significant discoveries have created momentum for more extensive exploration activities and have helped attract new investors to Indonesia. And what is SKK Migas doing right now actually to gain this momentum? So to support this momentum, SKK Migas has initiated 7 key program charters, and this is only in the exploration, development, and working area management team. So these 7 program charters cover all the aspects that needed right now to attract investment to come to Indonesia. First, we're improving data accessibility through best-in-class subsurface data. The objective is ensuring high-quality data for future block offerings. The second one is we focus on unlocking open area potential. This is to encourage more block offerings and increasing award rates in untapped areas. And the third one is exploration-led growth. This is promote holistic and unconventional exploration to maximize resource identification. We also emphasize life cycle R2P management to monitor project performance from end to end, ensuring better long-term planning. And the fifth one, we introduce competitive fiscal and business models to improve the commerciality of economically marginal fields. For mature fields, the accelerated to AOR development is a key strategy, driving rapid development of large-scale EOR. And lastly, through strategic alignment and investor engagement, we aim to attract new partnerships and optimize underutilized working areas. So we hope all these combined efforts represent an integrated approach to strengthen Indonesia's upstream sector and attract sustained investment. So I want to highlight a critical aspect of Indonesia's upstream business process. Because usually what the public knows is usually from the bidding round to exploration phase and exploitation phase until end of contract. But before that, actually there's a process that that needs to be done. And right now, SKK Migas and also with the Ditjen Migas is actively promoting this process, which is the investor engagement. So as you can see on the slide, it's the very first step, and its prominent position underscores its importance. So investor engagement isn't just about attracting capital. It's about fostering strategic alignment and partnerships. Yeah. It involves showcasing the open area prospectivity and the potential within various blocks. So this initial phase is crucial for potential investors to understand the TNC, or the term and condition of the contract, and to participate. We hope to participate also for the bidding round preparation. And ultimately, effective investor engagement at the initial stage sets the foundation for the entire upstream life cycle. Yeah. From the declaration of oil and gas blocks to the signing of PSC, and ultimately to the successful exploration and exploitation phase. It ensures that the right partners are on board, committed to the firm commitments required for studies, surveys, and exploration drilling. Without robust investor engagement, so the subsequent stage will not be possible. So now currently we have our own division for this investor engagement process. Okay, Indonesia, I think you already seen this slide many times, yeah, in the IPA and all the other events. So currently we have almost 2.7 billion of barrels of proven and probable oil reserves, and almost 40 TCF of gas, and total is 128 sedimentary basins. But as you can see, from these 128 basins, only 20 are currently producing. So it's only around 37% of the total sedimentary basins have been proven or are in production. So this underscores the massive running room to explore the potential across Indonesia's sedimentary basins. So currently there are 3 discovery basins in advanced stage or development planning. Yeah. So once the Tuna block, Masela and Southwest Bukit Barisan block going on stream, these basins will be reclassified as producing basin in the near term. So the efforts to increase the discovery of reserves and production are urgently needed through new investment in exploration and offering oil and gas working areas. So exploration is the key. Yeah. Exploration is the backbone of our LTP, long-term production planning. So currently, Indonesia has become one of the hotspots in the region, and also key exploration destinations in Southeast Asia, with significant recent exploration findings. The majority of production basins are located in Western Indonesia. But over the past 5 years, Western Indonesia still holds considerable potential for new discoveries. So many oil and gas practitioners, both domestic and international, have stated that these discoveries have put Indonesia back on the global oil and gas map. And this is also further supported by the increasing number of joint studies currently being conducted across the country. Not only in the areas where discoveries have occurred, but also throughout Indonesia. And Eastern Indonesia, for sure, still holds untapped potential that may even surpass the Western, of course. But however, the data is very limited in the Eastern. That's why the government of Indonesia introduced regulatory breakthrough since 2019, 6 years ago, to accommodate exploration in open areas, especially focusing on data acquisition. So as a result, some of open areas have now progressed to joint study status, paving the way for new oil and gas working areas. Another breakthrough is the establishment of the lifting task force by the government, aimed at boosting national oil and gas lifting. So this initiative is also seeks to collect new data and conduct evaluations in high potential areas. Yeah. So as shown in this map, a number of highly prospective areas have already been identified, but the target is 60 new blocks for bidding round in 3 years. Yeah. I think Pak Tutuka can agree with me, but that number is very ambitious. Yeah. It's a very ambitious number. That's our highest target, I think, since since history. Yeah, I think from BP Migas established in 2003, this is the highest target that we have right now to get the 60 new blocks in 3 years time. So it's very challenging, but we're still very optimistic, because if you see the number of joint studies, we believe you can be optimistic as well. So in general, there are currently 3 upstream oil and gas investment mechanisms in Indonesia. First, by submitting a proposal for a new working area in open areas, on the previous slide. And the second one, which is on this slide, is through a farm-in into existing working areas. And the third one is through strategic partnerships with existing operators. So, regarding the farm-in opportunities, SKK Migas will provide information to any interested parties about which working areas are offering disclosed data in search of partners. Yeah. So in this case, we will only share the opportunities. If an investor is interested, they may directly contact the relevant operator on a business-to-business or B2B basis. Currently, we have 9 blocks that are available to be farmed in, either in exploration, development, or production blocks. So this is the third mechanism, which is the strategic alignment. So this is the solution where operators who face difficulties in developing a field or exploration potential, they may collaborate with the investors or contractors who have the capability to develop such fields or exploration potential under specific conditions without altering the participating interests in the working area. So we don't change the participating interests. So it's like a project-to-project basis, by project basis. The regulatory framework for this mechanism has just launched in June, which we will see on the next slide later. It's called Ministry Regulation number 14, 2025. And currently SKK Migas is also working on the operation guidelines to ensure the workflow. So overall, are we still attractive? Is Indonesia's upstream oil and gas still attractive? I think the answer for this question is based on the data. Yeah? So whether Indonesia remains attractive for upstream investment is clearly reflected in the strong and ongoing investor interest. So we invite most of these companies in the IPA, in the last IPA event. So we held the building partnership forum on the last IPA event, and we invite investors, not only the existing ones but the new investors, and they were coming from other countries. So this shows that well, it's for you to judge actually, because if we're the one who judge, it's not going to be objective. So in addition, SKK Migas continues to actively engage with all the investors, with all type of investors, because we already also map the type of investors for the upstream, because we have majors, we have independents, we have NOCs, and also sometimes we have companies that are not in the in the oil and gas upstream business before, but they want to enter the oil and gas business. So yeah, it's like a restaurant. So we provide the menu, the menu for the blocks that available to invest in Indonesia, whether in the open areas or existing blocks. Yeah. So they will choose based on the menu that we provide. As you can see, the world-class energy players are actively participating, and their continued presence alongside the new entrants is a testament to our robust regulatory framework, promising reserves, and commitment to investor facilitations. So, for us, this is also a clear indication that Indonesia remains one of the most compelling exploration frontiers in the Asia-Pacific region. Okay. Ease of doing business is a key pillar in attracting and retaining investment. Okay. Indonesia has made significant strides to enhance this through a combination of regulatory reforms, investor-focused engagement, and international cooperation. The government, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, continues to refine its policies to attract more exploration and development, offering flexible fiscal terms and tailor-made PACs that reflect the risk profiles of each block. In open areas, we align offerings with the investor appetite, providing opportunities that are commercially viable and geologically attractive. This approach has resulted in concrete outcomes, such as you can see, Total, they re-entry the Indonesia again as the Bobara working area participating interest. And this is also following of the result of the investor engagement that I mentioned before. So Indonesia currently is actively fostering global cooperation through bilateral forums with strategic partners such as Korea, China, and Japan, while ensuring legal certainty and maintaining the sanctity of contracts, this is a principle that is fundamental for long-term investment security. So, in regards to open area opportunity from 2021 to 2024, the last 4 years, the government formed an expert team. It's called Team Capman to evaluate the oil and gas potential in Indonesia. The evaluation began in 2021 with 5 areas in eastern Indonesia and continued in 2023 to 2024 with evaluations in 7 areas in western Indonesia. So these evaluation results can now be downloaded via the provided link, as you can see, the QR code, which is expected to assist you and your team in conducting preliminary assessments of Indonesia's oil and gas potential in open areas. So this is my last slide. We often hear about the vast potential we possess, and it's true. We have an incredible 128 basins. But the critical question we must ask ourselves is, can we truly deliver on this potential? Can we translate this geological reach into tangible energy security and economic growth? Because there is a saying in the energy world that, I don't know whether you already heard of it or not, resource-cursed countries. So we don't want to be trapped into a resource-cursed countries. Yeah. We want to be resource-rich countries. Yeah. So the reality is many of our projects now require additional incentives to become viable. And this highlights a crucial point. Improving the term and condition, or the TNC, of our PAC, the contract, the production sharing contract. This is essential to maintaining our competitiveness in the global energy market. I think some from Rystad can agree that all the other countries, the oil and gas producing countries, currently they are trying to attract investors as well to enter their nations. That's why they keep improving the fiscal terms, the TNCs, and all the aspects that are related to the upstream oil and gas contracts, including permits and everything. So Indonesia is we have to improve ourselves in order to, because the pie of the investment is the same. So it's a global competition. It's not only regional competition, but it's a global competition to get the piece of the pie for the investment. So despite this challenge, but the opportunities for growth and partnership are significant. We are a nation with growing energy demands because currently we're still a net importer, and a commitment to sustainable development. So ultimately, domestic energy resilience, which is this is actually part of Astacita of Indonesian president right now, is a continuous journey. It's a journey driven by two key pillars. The first one is optimizing our existing assets to ensure maximum efficiency and output. And the second one is aggressively pursuing sustainable exploration to discover and develop new resources. So, last but not least, through this opportunity, I would like to invite SPE members, investors, and industry partners to join SKK Migas in this vital national endeavor to secure Indonesia's energy future and its ability to ensure domestic supply. SKK Migas is ready to act as a strategic and reliable partner, fully supporting your investment through regulatory facilitation, transparency, and both technical and non-technical assistance. We believe that strong collaboration is the key to achieving national energy resilience and inclusive economic growth. That concludes my remark. I hope the forum makes the beginning of mutually beneficial partnerships. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, very cool topics. I feel like I'm in a restaurant with a lot of menu, but the menu within a lot of blocks to choose from, right? So if we want to know that in energy resilience, we need a lot of resources for backups for continuous and long-term programs. And SKK Migas have mapped the exploration blocks to be bid and has a targets up to 60 for the next 3 years, right? Very aggressive, but with together, I'm sure we could have that more energy resilience for Indonesia. And also to mention that other than exploration as a backbone, SKK Migas also support the strategic alignment for the current development and production to boost more production in Indonesia. I still have more things to talk about, but we just need to move to another presentations. We will keep all the concerns and questions after all the presentations have been done. Okay, so once again, thank you, Bapak Aldi, for the insightful points. And let's hear how that connects to the actual operational side. Next, we will see a presentation from Bapak Rahmat Hidayat, who will be speaking on domestic energy resilience in Pertamina Hulu Energy. Bapak Rahmat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Yunita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speaker, Pak Aldi, Pak Tri, Pak Sam, and also Pak Prof. Tutuka, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, also I would like to appreciate and then thank you very much for SPA to invite me to discuss the important topic today, domestic energy resilience, new and future. Happy to be here and also happy to discuss with the all audience. Next. Okay, thank you. So as you are familiar, as you are many of you familiar of Pertamina. Pertamina is a national oil and gas company. We believe Pertamina is critical important for this country to support the national energy security. So basically, Pertamina has important mission. Number one, to provide continue and ensure the availability, the accessibility, affordability, and then acceptability, providing all energy across Indonesia. The main task of Pertamina basically to support energy agenda of the government. Indonesia is blessed to have abundant, huge potential resources, both oil and also new renewable energy. We believe Indonesia has a huge potential in oil. Even at the moment, we have like deficit between supply and also demand. But what we learn also from Pak Aldi presentation, and then also what we learn from our geologists, in the future, the good things basically Indonesia also has a big room for the future growth. We learn and later on we will discuss on the another potential for the exploration, for the EOR, and then development, at least to reduce our deficit gap between the demand and also the supply. So the second things on the gas, the good things basically Indonesia now has a surplus between the demand and also the supply, what we call the big humbug, basically later on the infrastructure, because we understand we have like mismatch between the supply and also the demand. The third call, the good things also Indonesia has a huge resources. Now move to the renewable energy. We believe also Indonesia has huge resources potential in new renewable energy. We understand Indonesia one of the largest geothermal resources in Indonesia. The big humbug, basically the commerciality, we understand in order to produce geothermal, the cost competitiveness become the issues. Also hydro, wind, solar, ocean, and nuclear. We are blessed. Indonesia also has a big potential resources. The humbug still on the competitiveness, and then hopefully the future, all the issues of the cost competitiveness can be resolved, with the all collaboration among us, both SPA and the other stakeholder. From PHE point of view, basically we don't want to confront between the fossil and the renewable. We hope we can complement in order to provide energy securities. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So this slide showing the trilemma index highlight how the country manage, how well the country manage energy security, energy equity, and then energy sustainability. So based on the score coming from the this is we get from the Dewan Energy, one of the government agencies. Our position in terms of the energy security, energy equity, and then sustainability is pretty good. Now we are in the position in 6.64, which is resilience. And Pertamina also play key role to support the energy security issues. So what we learn from this score, we understand the word, when measuring the country, how well we manage the energy trilemma issues, yeah, basically combined from the energy security, energy equity, which is accessibility, affordability, and also environmental sustainability, yeah, which is from the ESDM parameter is being translated into the accessibility. So from the point of view energy security, yeah, or availability, yeah, based on the ESDM parameter, we understand at the moment we also, as I mentioned, yeah, we are in the deficit situation. Our demand much higher than our supply, and then what we are doing, yeah, in the PHE, we try to support. The availability, yeah, we have like a long-term target to increase our production every year, yeah, at least 3 years, yeah, that our commitment to support the energy security. So the second, accessibility and then affordability, also it is big homework, yeah, big responsibility, yeah, for Pertamina to providing and then to ensure energy, energy, yeah, across in Indonesia with the single tariff policy. And then accessibility, yeah, from Pertamina point of view and also from PHE, yeah, we are committed at the moment also to do like decarbonization agenda, yeah, including to start up with the CCS or CCUS low carbon business. Okay, we understand also from the government point of view, yeah, we aiming and then our objective basically also to increase our score, yeah, in the energy security from at the moment resilience, yeah, into the very resilience, and then the key success factor, yeah, to achieve the government target basically, as Pak Aldi mentioned, the collaboration it is essential, yeah, both the government and also the investor, yeah, including PHE. Next. Okay, the slide showing global energy securities, yeah, as I learned also from Pak Aldi mentioned when he opening the, the speech, yeah, we understand from the news, yeah, the energy security basically strongly influenced, yeah, by the geopolitical issues, yeah. From what we learn, the recent news, yeah, we understand, yeah, the war in the Middle East really impact, yeah, on our energy security issues, yeah. Also the US tariff and also the others. So move to what we call oil and gas portion, yeah, in our long-term projection, yeah, based on maybe this is source energy and climate intelligence, yeah, from Dewan Energi Nasional. The good things basically for the new renewable energy, yeah, the government expect, yeah, over the time the new energy resources portfolio will going up, yeah, with the significant portion. And also the good thing for the fossil, yeah, fossil still need with the significant amount, yeah, even from the percentage, yeah, will be decreased, but still from the volume still remain significant. So with this situation, yeah, we think, yeah, fossil and gas, yeah, still have a bright future. And hopefully also our colleague, yeah, from the new renewable energy can complement, our portion, yeah, to support energy security issues. Thanks. Okay, we can move. So speaking of the upstream oil and gas strategic program in Pertamina Whole Energy, yeah, at the moment we understand, we believe, yeah, PHE is the leading company in Indonesia We are the largest holder in terms of the production portfolio and also in terms of the reserve, yeah, especially for the oil reserve. From what we achieve, yeah, at the moment, now we are the biggest contribution, yeah, for the oil production, and also we support the gas production quite significant in Indonesia portfolio. As I mentioned in the previous slide, yeah, going forward, basically Pertamina or PEG, yeah, has a strong commitment to increase our production, our lifting, yeah, both in oil and also in gas, yeah. So we also would like to share our strategic program to maintain and also to growth, yeah. Basically, we are committed to maintain our baseline, even though our majority asset in PEG are a mature asset, yeah. We are facing some complexity, yeah, especially in the reliability and then in terms of the cost, but still we think we are quite success, yeah, to maintain our baseline. Going forward also, we are committed to increase our production through the development project and also exploration. We do like active exploration campaign, acquiring new block, doing a joint study, and also applied exploration drilling campaign, yeah, quite massive in Indonesia. I think maybe 80% of exploration activities coming from PEG. So you may seen, yeah, in this slide, yeah, since a few years ago, yeah, we applied technology including multi-stage fracturing, yeah, to maintain our production, and also doing low carbon business, yeah, decarbonization and CCS and also CCUS. This is just example. If you see, yeah, in the left slide, yeah, crude oil technology innovation, yeah, we also applied CO2 interval injection in one of our field, yeah, in Sukawati, multi-stage fracturing, yeah, in PHR working area, and also steam flood. We continue to apply steam flood in North Duri development. Just showing our commitment, yeah, in 2025, yeah, we targeted to increase our production oil, yeah, 4%, and also the gas production, yeah, around 3%. Okay, next. This is also good opportunities, yeah, for the all investor, including PEG, yeah, to do some more exploration in Indonesia. What we learn from the new from the publicity, from the public, yeah, and also maybe from the government, yeah, we have like 128 total Indonesia basin, and then still big room to be explored, yeah, because almost, yeah, but around 50 years basin not yet explored. So hopefully in the future, yeah, all the investor, including PEG, yeah, will do more activities, yeah, to unlock the opportunity, the potential, yeah, to explore more in Indonesia. What we learned, yeah, now 20 production stage basin has been produced, yeah, 27 discovery, 13 already explored, not economical, and then the big room opportunities, basically 68 basin not yet explored. So Pertamina, speaking of the Pertamina, yeah, Pertamina now manage 15 producing and 4 discovery. pipe basin in joint study, yeah, and then also Pertamina will continue collaboration with the government and also partner, yeah, to unlock unexplored basin in Indonesia. Next. This is also a main challenge, and we need collaboration, yeah, with especially with the government, yeah. We learn market sitting in the west, Indonesia, and then the resources that with the huge resources discovered in the East Indonesia. So still a mismatch, yeah, between market and then gas resources. So the homework basically to establish the infrastructure, yeah, so that would be connected between market and also resources, yeah. Pertamina, yeah, even though we still like facing some complexity in terms of the infrastructure, but we like work together with partner and also with the government, yeah, at least to unlock the opportunity, yeah, in some of our field in Eastern Indonesia, especially that we think, yeah, we have like some possibility to do some commerciality, yeah, including in the one of the largest project, yeah, in Masela and also in our Sulawesi. So again, we have committed, yeah, to unlock marginal field, yeah, or stranded field, yeah, especially in the Eastern Indonesia. Next. This slide basically showing our commitment in the low carbon business, yeah, especially in the CCS. We understand from Pertamina point of view, yeah, you know, Pertamina is an integrated company, but just focusing in PHE, yeah. Now PHE has committed to start up our CCS business, yeah, with the partner. Go ahead. Next slide. This is the slide. This is the last slide. Yeah, thank you for support coming from the government, from SKK and also Dirjen Migas. Yeah, and then also for the future, we still need continuous support. Yeah, in order PHE to continue our investment in all our block, yeah, existing block, and then also for exploration program. So in terms of the availability, accessibility, and then affordability issues, yeah, PEG committed to allocate aggressive investment in Indonesia. And then as I mentioned, yeah, we still need strong support from government, yeah, especially for the regulation and also for the fiscal term. Number two, for the acceptability and then sustainability issues, yeah, PHE also, as I mentioned, yeah, committed to conduct a CCS business. Again, it will need support, strong support from the government, yeah, relating to the, especially, yeah, with the fiscal term and also the regulation. The other permits, yeah, it is a long story, I think, and also what we call new issues, yeah. We are facing some difficulties, yeah, almost every year in terms of the permit, yeah. And then hopefully for the future we can like resolve, yeah, our issue in the permit, Pak Aldi, and also all the government issue, because it like need some big effort for Pertamina, yeah, to like to fulfill or to receive some, you know, like or obtain some permit, yeah, and yeah, this is new old issues, yeah. We always facing issues, yeah, from time to time, yeah, in terms of the permit. Hopefully for the future, yeah, we are getting picture lah on the permit issue. Again, thank you for the time, and then looking forward to discuss with you in detail. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Rahmat. Very informative and valuable presentations. So, every day is a constant dynamic, so we have to adapt with any global challenges and changes. And therefore, we can see that Pertamina Hulu Energy have a really diverse upstream business that also including multi-stage fracturing and including also the steam flood in North Duri and all other technological to support the domestic energy resilience. And since we are all connected, we should support each other, between stakeholders, between PSC and also government, and also technology providers. So I think that together that we can reach a more sustainable energy in Indonesia. Okay, after this, we're gonna welcome for the next panelist, Bapak Tri Firmanto, to present his perspective and insights related to the sustaining energy sovereignty. Pak Tri Firmanto, please take the mic. Applause dong.
All right, thank you very much for the lovely moderators, Ms. Yunita, and my fellow panelists. Pak Aldi, Pak Rahmat, Mr. Sam, and also Professor Tutuka, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much and good morning. Selesai dong gitu. No. All right, we're talking about resilience here. So the main topic is resilience, domestic energy. But let me just bring that one word, resilience. So the previous two panelists, Pak Aldi and also Pak Rahmat, already mentioned the challenges that we are currently happening right now. The first is the global politics situations, the global wars that we are facing right now, and also specifically in Indonesia is the mismatch, maybe not in Indonesia as well, but the world right now is mismatch between energy demand and energy supply. So those are the global challenges that the two panelists has already mentioned. But to sum up, I think if we're talking about how the industry is faring so far in terms of resilience, I can definitely say that we are, as an industry, had been proven that we are very resilient. We survive a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen. The very much reasons we survived the pandemics in 2020, 2021, 22. That's the first time that I ever seen that the oil price dropped to negative in the future markets. But we survive as an industry. Looking back again from that, there's a big oil crash in 2014 that oil dropped from 115, I think, and settled down around 40 to 50s. A lot of people, including ourselves, EMP, is over-leveraging our position there. So we are still here. So pretty much resilience, I think. So, but how about looking forward? So what I'm going to share here, basically not something new. This is something that all of us that been here in industry had been doing all these years. How to improve the industry, how to maintain the energy supply, how to adapt with the changes. And as a next slide, as an example, I would like to present Energi Mega Persada or EMP. This is EMP right now. We have 13 assets, 12 in Indonesia, 1 in Mozambique, Africa. We are producing right now around 450,000 barrel oil equivalents, diverse portfolio. We have most of our assets in Sumatra, Indonesia. We have 2 assets outside Sumatra, 1 in East Java and 1 in Sulawesi. And right now we are also branching out into the midstream and also to the downstream industry as well. And even right now we are pioneering with our partner in Aceh, with Tema Global Energy, a carbon capture project. But this is not always the case. This is now. So the company history of EMP, I would like to present to all of you as a case of resilience. Back in 2014, when the oil price crashed, as I mentioned before, EMP pretty much over-leveraged all of our portfolio at that time. So when the price dropped from 115 all the way to 40s and stabilized in 2014, we are finding ourselves in a very, very difficult situations when most of our project cannot be done, most of our debt are maturing, and all of them are based with $100 oil price assumptions. So 2014, 15, 16, and 17 2017 is the lowest point in EMP history, while we are only producing about 700 barrels of oil in our Malacca Strait assets, and only about 10 or 15 MMscf a day from our Bentu asset, while all the other asset is not there yet and is not yet producing. So what do we do? Again, 2017, the new management comes in, all the way up until now, we are focusing back again to the most fundamental things that I will explain on the next slide. But at this point, we are back to the root. We are really, really downsizing. We are effectiving everything. And then again, back to the most fundamental things. What did our asset have and how to unlock it? So back in 2018 and 19, we did a massive exploration program, We shoot seismics 2D and 3D in Malacca Strait and Bentu. We invest on a development in Malacca Strait and EMP Bentu. 2019, 2020, slowly the production is going back up. Malacca Strait from 700 going back up again to 3,000 barrels. And in 2020, EMP Bentu from 30 MMscf a day, we managed to increase it to 80 MMscf a day. Following that, following a very careful managing of our cash flow, and also, of course, the support from government, SKK Migas and also SDM, the support from our peers, our services in the industry, we managed to be able to stabilize the cash flow. We even managed to do a strategic acquisitions. So the company is not only surviving, but we are growing because, again, clearing up all the fundamentals issue first. In 2020, we acquired 25% of Kangen Energi Indonesia from Mitsubishi. That leads to about 75%. In 2022, 2021, we added BPSC in Aceh as part of our portfolio. 2022, we added South CPP PSC. Then 2024, we also added through the cooperation with Pertamina Hulu Energy as well, Siak and Kampar PSC inside the family of EMP. Latest is 2024, we also added 151% of Sengkang PSC inside EMP, so right now we control 100% of Sengkang PSC. Gentlemen, ladies, from 2017, the very low, until now that we are managing these 13 assets, what did we do? First, focus on exploration. Why exploration? You mentioned exploration is risky and everything, but again, at that point, we need to understand what we have as a company. Do we have more potential to grow? Because if we're just relying from our existing fields, maturing fields at that time, and that's it, we only can be able to survive not long. But through exploration, we did a seismic survey, 3D and 2D, in two of our most biggest assets that I already mentioned before. The asset that we have in Malacca Strait and the asset that we have in Bentu. And from that two seismic project, we are able to unlock the potential reserve that can be developed economically and effectively using what we have at that time and growth. So Bentu, we managed to have an integrated view of two of our field, North Segat and Segat field at that time. The one that we previously known as a separate field, the seismic results shows it's actually one connected fields, and then we do, together with Asaka Migas, helps updated on the plan of development at that time. We drill 19 development wells, we develop a surface facilities, and then we market the gas and increase the production from 30 MMscf a day to right now sustaining in 80 MMscf a day. Malacca Strait, the seismic results shows an undeveloped potential in our TB area. The discovery was made in 2021, I think, and then the plan of development was executed. Right now, Malacca Strait from 700 barrel in 2017 are right now sustaining production in 5,000, and we are targeting to be able to get to 7,000 barrel per day very soon. So those 3 points, from seismic, exploration, and acceleration, discovery to production, that's all happening 2017, 2025. So, with the helps of the government and the helps of the industry as well. Organic asset optimization. Continuous and visible development that enable us actually right now to, again, to grow with our capacity. Near field exploration, and I want to highlight the facilities integration. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see most of our assets actually located in the Rio province. So all of that assets in terms of operation are integrated within one big organization of EMP, small, not big organization, sorry, a small organization that very lean, and then those assets actually in terms of facilities that they have, it can support one another. One clear example is we have an asset Tonga in the very west part of Sumatra, North Sumatra but close to Riau. Previously, this is only a 70 barrel oil per day asset, you know. So previously, this asset cannot produce because it doesn't have any infrastructures. Oh, there's a Tonga people there. Fajajat. So, cannot be produced because it has to truck 400 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 400 kilometers away for 70 barrel per day. But since we acquired SIAC in 2024, it cuts down from 400 barrel oil per day to 400 kilometers trucking to about 200 kilometers away trucking because we integrate the oil to one of the facilities in Lindai. So, and I think we are quite we're very happy if there's any undeveloped structures or undeveloped fields nearby our facilities that we can actually help out to be able to produce as soon as possible. Strategic merger and acquisitions. So we did not acquire assets in the 20,000s or 100,000 barrels, but because again, at that point, at the growth point, so we are very mindful with our capacity, with our cash flow and everything. So we are looking for producing assets that what we call is diamond in the rough. So an asset that can be developed, that can be further improved, as our most recent acquisitions together with cooperation with Pertamina Hulu Energy as well, Siak and Kampar. Right now Kampar and Siak, alhamdulillah, we acquired in 2024 with production about 1,500 barrels for both assets. Right now we are able to produce and increase the production from these two assets more than 2,200 barrels per day. And of course, partnerships to accelerate the development. Recently, we just actually announced another merger and acquisitions and also partnerships in our Kangyan and also Gebang assets. This still 75% EMP and JAPEX 25%, but it has been announced and it's in the process of closing right now. So EMP will take 25% of JAPEX share in Kangyan, that make us 100% the controller of Kangyan Energy Indonesia. And for Gebang, 50% of it will be strategically partnered with JAPEX. Why we did this? Because Gebang is one of the assets that we can see required a lot of investment, and then we want to accelerate the production from this asset. And the partnership that we have with JAPEX in Kangyan, that's kind of prove up the way that we can actually produce fast, reliable partnerships that we have. That's why we have 50% of Gebang is in the process of divestment to JAPEX right now. And the last, of course, environmental friendly and responsibility. All the operation that we did is focused on maintaining an environmental friendly operations. We also want to work and want to really support the decarbonization efforts. So the carbon capture initiative and application, we did it in the near future. So these are all the list out project in Indonesia actually, for all the carbon capture projects. One of it is our project in Arun, together with our partner, PEMA Global Energy, PTPGE. So we are hoping that in the very near futures, if you can see that the biggest one is actually Sundara Asih Basin is 2029. So I think we will do some pilot project in the very near future. We'll have a cooperation together with the local emitters that also in Aceh area. But we are also targeting more emitters from overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, for the CCS project, you can see all the scatters project that we have in Indonesia right now. One thing that I can see that together during the discussion that we have in the carbon capture forums, it cannot be done alone. So it really needs emphasis on the government support, and also not only our government but also intergovernment support, inter-country and intergovernment support. Because we are targeting also not only emitters locally, but we are targeting emitters from overseas. So again, we do have a quite established already regulation base for the CCS. We have the Perpres 14 2024, we have the Permen SDM 2023, and also the Permen SDM number 16 in 2024. Again, CCS need to happen, but one party cannot do it alone. So hopefully we'll can discuss more, and hopefully one of our initiatives that coming in near futures will also in a sense contribute for the development of the actual application of CCS in Indonesia. Okay, to sum up and closing my presentation, thank you. But again, be mindful and be very, very confident that the industry is resilient. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Tri Firmanto. That ties nicely, and we can see how EMP is striving through all of this survival period, resurrection period, and now in growing period. I recall that I was working in EMP in 2010. Was there very few assets, and now growing really fast. We can see it clearly, and I think it's a really good point that we can learn also from EMP how they can have that acceleration in a growing asset. And they also got the key growth strategy that there are top 3 from them is to focus on exploration, asset optimization, including facilities efficiency, and also the strategic materials and acquisition. It's really worth to discuss afterwards. But we want to hear also presentation from Bapak Sam Chua from Rystad Energy, and he will deliver a presentation to cover the resilience by strategy, delivering through uncertainty. Pak Sam Chua, the space is yours. Give applause dong.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is, still awake and looking forward to the next session as well. But I think for today is thank you again, for inviting us as Rystad Energy to be part of this esteemed panel of people as well as from SPE Society. So, what we really like to give is also our very interesting and independent perspective of what we view in the form of resilience and delivering resilience, energy resilience for the sector as well as for the country. So I believe, our previous panelists have given quite a fair bit of detailed insights into how resilience is being determined and assessed as well as driven by all of the Indonesian players. But what, probably today I'll take it slightly different from a different angle and show it more in the form of what everybody else or the world is thinking about and what we should really be thinking as next steps to really drive resilience. And this could actually give some interesting takeaways for the country as well as for players and also regulators in this country. Hence, the title of my presentation is more around delivering, resilience by strategy and delivering through uncertainty as well. And also, just before we jump into the slides, I think it's also good to understand a little bit more about resilience. The word is, of course, understandably, everyone knows it's about how do we actually maintain our production or maintain our value through uncertain times as well. But I think increasingly we are seeing a lot of uncertainty and a lot of potential disruptions that we see in the market. So, and also beyond that, I think there's a lot more expectation in delivering even more value and more volumes from your assets as well as your country as well. So again, I think this underscores the importance of making sure that we drive even greater discipline as well as how do we go about and navigate this area of turbulent times. So I'll take you through a little bit more about what we view as from a global aspect. And what do we see here is that, basically we do know that upstream investments are falling behind global demand. And we do see that there's a growing gap between the energy we'll need, the energy that the world really needs and what can be delivered at affordable costs. So on the chart on the left, you do notice that, you know, there is, I mean, the lines indicate like the overall total demand. And of course, the curves at the bottoms are referring to more of the supply. Naturally, you see, you know, we are already reaching an area of deficit where, you know, the supply is way below demand that we see from our lines and trajectories here. We have drawn like various degree scenarios to outline like different demand scenarios that we see. So naturally, I think you can see from 2030 onwards, the gap just accelerates very significantly as well. And what really this calls for is that there is a lot more need for more increased investments, as well as also increased operationalization of activities to really drive more volume out of the ground and to deliver what liquid demand really needs for the world as well. On the right-hand side, you do see that there is a lot of sanctioning of new oil as well. So you know what the line, and this is referring to new demand line that really needs to pull up supply from the ground. Even under a 1.8 degree scenario, which is, you know, quite, I would say, trending towards a 1.8 degrees global temperature scenario, it would pull about at least, you would require like supply coming from the ground, and the break even would be likely to be around $40 to $60 per barrel. So this is not going to be a trend that we see going forward, that we are going to see a lot more low-cost supply from countries, from new basins, and even from Indonesia itself. And if we see more demand rising, that will naturally pull prices up to beyond $80. So this is something to bear in mind, that supply is no longer going to be low cost. I think we need to be very strategic to identify the right like supply points and where do we put the most cost competitive volume out of it to make sure that you maintain your relevance in the sector. And of course, we do see that while there is a growing gap in supply and demand, there is also mounting pressure from what we see from the global energy landscape. As very clearly you can see, this is, and I know we often talk a fair bit about energy trilemma, but what we like to track is the form of how the perception of energy trilemma is likely to be. So of course, where most of us have seen us to be in the center, where we balance all three spectrums dimensions well, we have actually moved quite a fair bit and bouncing back and forth towards some of the different axes that you see here. So where you see as of today in 2025, it appears that affordability and reliability of supply have overtaken sustainability. So as you can see, and we expanded the red color dot there, a lot of the companies already have actually shown indication of increasing their upstream capex. And what this means is that they are also going to go about delivering more of their volumes and supply to meet the growing gap that we have also outlined earlier on. Interestingly, from these companies here, you also do note that BP has already kind of had a slight reset in their strategy and also have rediverted some of the capital back to upstream as well. Equinor as well, also a player that has originally been very aggressive on renewables and energy transition, have also indicated the same outline as well. So this is a very consistent trend that we've seen across. And of course, I think this is where the industry sits of today. And how do we really think about in terms of energy transition? As of now, it has taken a slight backseat. But it doesn't mean that we are pivoting away from it permanently. I think as of now, like what we've outlined, supply and delivering cost competitive volumes is key today. So beyond that, to overlay that lens also, at the same time, we do see that there is quite a dynamic geopolitical environment. I mean, interesting to say, I don't think it's going to be a more smooth pathway going forward as well. We do see that over the past 3 years or 4 years, there has been a lot of geopolitical events that have happened across the world. And I think what you see here is that there are bubbles on the chart there that indicate a little bit more about where most of these geopolitical shocks as well as interest points. I would say that, there are 2 key points here. One is a little bit more about supply chain, which is indicated around the blue portion, and the orange one is a little bit more about I would say political and probably war sanctioning risk that we see. And you can see where or not, of course, it has become a lot more complex, where you can see there's a lot more bubbles. But what remains really key is about how do we deliver those volumes from these regions to where you really need to fulfill demand. Of course, you can see that Asia, or Southeast Asia, fortunately, there isn't a lot of bubbles as well. But I believe that there's a lot of reliance on volumes from other markets. And this is where it really impacts Southeast Asia in a very material way, where we think about it. So how do we monitor some of these geopolitical risks as something to be really looked at as well? And also what we also see is that increasingly also high return assets, assets where, when we often look at it from a cost of supply from the left-hand side, logically speaking, we should kind of always deliver volumes from the most cost competitive volumes. But in reality, we see that a lot of the high return assets are now being delayed or shelved. So it is not because of economic fundamentals, but also because of perceived risk. So as you can see on the chart on the right-hand side, a lot of these assets, for example, like those that are a little bit higher at the end, they do see significant, risk factors like financing, political, increasingly it's very political as well, and also other cost challenges as well. And all of these things have kind of left it to the right-hand side of the curve where, technically speaking, if you see where it lies, it should be on the left-hand side and where we should be really focusing on bringing up the volumes on. So, for example, in that sense, like we think about like one of the assets in Malaysia, like Lang Lebar. It is relatively cost competitive to bring the volumes online by a certain set deadline, but they have seen tremendous challenges in the form of regulatory uncertainty, and also in terms of delivering on CCS and also sour gas infrastructure. I think all these things have pushed it a little more to the right-hand side. But again, this chart doesn't mean that Lang Lebar is on the right-hand side. It's just indicating to you how we perceive economics as well as other risks that we put into play. So the world is also perceiving risk not just as a quantifiable economic variable, but also many different variables that we see. Also, I think one interesting lens that we see also right now, increasingly operational excellence or capability is also becoming a very defining factor. So it's not so much about scale or size, but it's about how much or how well you can deliver some of these volumes. You can see on the chart on the left-hand side, this is referring to kind of overall production per employee level. So we're talking about scale. Of course, the Middle East countries as well as various players have demonstrated very high level of productivity. But if you do on the right, the next chart on the right-hand side, they don't necessarily correspond to the same area as well. So players, for example, like I think Qatar Energy, for example, if we look at it from overall scale, they are tremendous, which is great. But if you look at it from an operational point of view, I think they're kind of mid-tier basis. So in that sense, how do you manage to, I believe, one last part is that there is also quite a bit of a resource advantage point of view. That's why you can see on an OPEC onshore and offshore basis, some of them can see a lot of natural inherent advantage. But there are some outliers here that you can see, for example, like Zhenhua Oil. It is actually, they do see a very low OPEX per BOE basis. So this is also very interesting to see, like, how do you really remain very resilient and very competitive in this environment? And this is a chart of many different stories. So again, I won't spend too much time on this slide. And also beyond that, I think just on supply capability, we do see that overall globally, as we approach 2026, 2027, we do see that overall EPC capacities and constrained contractor bandwidth also may trigger potential costs and time delay overruns across other projects. So what do is that we research a little bit more about what the projects commit to deliver and when do they really deliver it. And from that perspective, we do see that I think historically we've seen overruns. They are a very common aspect. Going forward, I think we do see that by 2026 and 2027 onwards, there could be a risk, and this is based on the order books that we have been monitoring as well. So, how much more can we really kind of drive making sure that your projects come on time and on target? Sometimes it seems to be a distant reality that you can really manage to meet on budget. So it might be an inherent risk that you really need to account for going forward as well. So now, actually, basically, this brings on all to the real question for the next investment cycle. What should we really do? What our players have been doing, and what should we focus on as the next, I would say, 5 years or 10 years as well? Previously, we do see that we have went through different eras of time. I think the first 5 years from 2010 is more about grow. And then thereafter, we go a little bit more about where oil price met a bit of a decline. Then everyone is going more into optimization, driving down costs and making sure that they are operationally, able to achieve at a lower break-even price. Thereafter, in 2020, there was many different, I think one of the main things is a bit more about COVID, and then there's the war, and again, that's also on the height of where energy transition has been a very big momentum as well. So there has been a mix of transform and decarbonize. But now the main focus is a bit more about not just about what we can really build, but how do we deliver those volumes into the market in the world of rising uncertainty as well. And what do I mean by that? It will be explained in the next few slides when we talk about, how do we see in the form of various kind of risks that we see. For example, there are four main risks that we see here. One is a bit more about how do we see cash flow being squeezed because of different geopolitical factors, Trump tariffs, how do they really shift supply chains, and demand outlook, whether or not oil will continue to see continuous growth or that we see peak demand going forward, as well as decarbonization, something that has taken a bit of a backseat but is still at the back of everybody's mind. So how do we really do this? I think it's not so much about one single strategy to go about this, but everybody has taken a wide range of approaches to this. So on the right-hand side, you do see some have advocated a lot more about operational excellence, driving a lot more national excellence, as well as, how do we actually make sure that you divest quickly for some players, and also other areas, but how do they build even stronger supply chain, which is something that I would like to talk about in the next few slides. So this is just one that we think about, in terms of procurement and supply chain, and what we talked about uncertainty early on. Overall, based on the historical timeline, I think this is also not too far back. This really means that there is elevating a lot more of procurement and supply chain into the core of corporate strategy is becoming very, very relevant and common. It's not so much as afterthoughts. In the past, I think this seems to be something to support delivery, but now I think this needs to be thought ahead about it. And what I mean by that is that, I think in the form of some players, for example, like ACNOC and some players like Qatar Energy, they have kind of done various best practices to bring forth like supply chain and procuring like projects and equipments ahead of time, have been driving a lot of the excellence that we are seeing today and potentially positioning them to be very competitive in the future. So even like, for example, protectionism trade and Trump trades and all, there have been players who are trying to benefit and trying to position themselves to capture some of the lower or higher dumping prices that we see for renewables, and these have also helped them to support them in the form of like their longer term strategy and growth. So on top of that, also, we do see that suppliers are also investing a lot less. And what do we mean by suppliers is referring to upstream suppliers into the market, not oil majors. And we do see that in terms of the reinvestment back to the supply chain from 2014, I think now they're reinvesting a lot less. But at the same time, their margins are also increasing quite a fair bit as well. So what this could really mean is that suppliers, there could be more pricing power, and there it could be a decreasing leverage for majors, oil players, producers to really drive or reduce cost escalation as we see as well. So basically, I think what operators have been doing, there are several things that they looked at. I think previously, we do, and now this is all the challenges that we see. There has been a lot of drilling contractors, yards, laborers, OCTGs have seen a lot of cost escalation. But how do we really think about in the future? All of these challenges could potentially change as well. So it is actually very critical to embrace a bit more strategic category management, because what we acquire today may not be the same equipments and the focus that we need to look for tomorrow. Of course, you do see that there are some that have certain similarities. I think I want to say labor is always one that is constantly on the head of mind, but the type of equipments that we need also will correspond a little bit about how the energy transition may happen, and some of these would require you to take forward steps to look into these, like securing supplies for turbines or transformers as well. So basically, I think what really this means is that to win this market, you do really require a lot of execution under pressure, and this is what some of the operators have already deploying here. I'm not going to talk about all of the various variables that they've looked at, but they all cross across, like there are 5 main categories in the form of that. There are 3 that we would like to highlight, particularly that's very relevant for a lot of the companies that see in this region. So the first one is a bit more about counter-cyclical awards. So they kind of making sure that they make use of the macro environment, the downturn, to award and secure projects at a competitive price. The second is, kind of building up your supply chain in a way, but awarding more of building up your local ecosystem for supply chain, something that is very relevant for Indonesia. And the third is a bit more about vertical integration with suppliers. So how do you kind of potentially acquire or maybe invest down the value chain to make sure that you have some competitive advantage you can bring across? So basically, these are the 3 main levers. I won't talk too much about that, but I can give you some brief examples of some of them. So for example, like number 1, for contra-cyclical awards, we've seen like Qatar Energy really kind of awarding the EPC contract in 2021, and that is at a period of COVID. So I think this is something that they have managed to secure a very low price to ensure that they are able to deliver on their projects very economically that we see as well. Number two is a bit more about how we see some players, for example, like Petronas, who has outlined a lot of the activity outlook, giving a lot of positive market signals for the market to pursue and build up capacity, to prepare supply chains to support the industry going forward, especially where we see that there could be some uplift in oil production, or gas production in the country as well. Lastly, it's a bit more about vertical integration. This is a little bit unorthodox because given that a lot of the majors have kind of focused more on their core strengths, but we have seen like Aramco also investing a lot more with joint ventures to build up more, I would say, specialized technologies to serve their needs as well. So these are the areas, how we have enabled or hardened their strategy also. So I'm left with a couple of minutes, but basically what I would like to highlight to everybody, what really this means for Indonesia as well. What we recognize also internally is that there is quite a fair bit of tremendous potential going forward. We do recognize that there is a growing wave of new supply coming to the market, and this is very interesting and very opportunistic in a wave of growing uncertainty. And we do see that Indonesia really stands to benefit going forward as well. But what it really needs to strengthen this, I think one key uncertainty that we see is how do we make sure that supply chains are resilient enough to deliver all these projects coming online, such as the likes of IDD, Andaman, and potentially Abadi in the future as well. How do we give contractors or operators the strength to push through as well from a regulatory perspective? How do I create the right conducive environment to make sure that these investments continue to flow without being hampered by all these disruptions? From an operator, how do we maintain our relevance and competitiveness, and also bearing in mind that keeping Indonesia at the heart of their portfolio, I think is something that is very critical to consider as well. So I think in terms of the strategies we think about, there's no one size fits all. Everybody has to adapt to what really fits for them. Thank you very much for the presentation for today.
Okay, very good insights from different perspective of Reset Energy. And we can see that from the very lot of charts that we can see from the presentations, that the upstream investment is falling behind the global demand, creating gap between energy world needs and what can be delivered at affordable price. And I really like this quotes that every day is the most certain things is the uncertainty, that we need to adapt the geopolitical complex and volatile conditions every day, that impact also related to the supply chains in oil and gas industry. And the urgency is really complicated by the fact that the suppliers and investing and exerting more prices and powers. And therefore, based on the Rystad research, there are three proven levers to regain control of cost, capacity, and timelines. There are cyclical awards. Second is award and build up the local suppliers. And the third is vertical integration with suppliers. And I hope that will bring a lot of questions and intriguing concerns, also from me and also from the audience, I believe. It's going to be a really good discussions after we heard the last presentation from Professor Tutuka Aryaji. And once again, thank you Bapak Samchua for the presentations. And we'd like to hear Professor Tutuka Aryaji for the takes on the academic side. We are pleased to invite Professor Tutuka to present his session. Over to you, Professor Tutuka. Give applause.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not mine. Could you give mine? My slides? Yeah, slides. Yeah, that slide, yeah. I would like to give you a different flavor for this presentation. It's kind of academics, academics stuff. So hopefully you can take away from here something that conceptual thinking that it's necessary for us, I think. Yeah. Could you show the slides from UNITA? All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are in a dynamic condition, bringing this status, this current condition into the net zero emission in 2060. And this is the mainstream. Yeah, this is the mainstream that most of the countries in the world are changing this strategy towards that net zero emission. So, what this country should do according to this? How the approach of this country should take. Okay, this chart showing that a bit that conditions. Right now, what we have is consume the fossil energy, but the mainstream of the world will be dominated by the renewable energy. That's the example for the power generation. Almost 90% come from solar. That's the government plan. So from this life condition to that condition, so how can we achieve that? How can we meet that target? So we need to have a transition strategy, how we can do this. Otherwise, we will fail. All right? First of all, we need to understand our limitation. What we have right now is fossil energy, oil and gas, and coal. That is extractive energy, limited. Coal will be longer than oil and gas, and then gas. Oil is the shortest one. And we have also the mismatch of the resources location and the demand location. That's another problem, because this country is an archipelago country. Distribution is big problems. All right, and the mainstream of the world, of the net zero emission. Next, please. So, I'm trying today to propose to you a conceptual thinking, what the people say is the system thinking, or systematic thinking. What is that? It's a thinking that encompasses all relevant multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary aspects, both technical, non-technical, as well as human resources, components. These elements are integrated into a unified concept of interconnection and interrelation. So there should be interconnection and interrelation between components, forming a foundation of a dynamic and adaptive ecosystem. Why? Because we are in the era of transitions. This is very important because of what? Because of, I'm going to show next slide. Please. So we have to understand, right now we know the understand of our stakeholders, who are they. But that stakeholders in our target era, and then for instance in 2060, we will have the same stakeholders but different condition, different ingredients of stakeholders. So in the life, we have stakeholders. On the right, we have stakeholders, but that's different. For instance, like now, we have government and stakeholders. SK Chemicals right now should be different from SK Chemicals in year 2060. So SK Chemicals should, according to my opinion, should change gradually from now until 2060, for instance, in the target. Why? Because we need to consider the net zero emission that I'm going to talk later. Okay? We have to have the instruments to do that. What is that? It's the engineering best practices. We will develop that together. Technology innovation, we will develop that together. Commercial viability, we do not have it right now. We will develop that. Infrastructure, we have some, but we need to do a lot more. Policy, we have some. We need to do in details. And also for the academicians and researchers, it's modeling. Why? Because what we have right now is the modeling without energy transition. So we need to also to change to put that energy transition in the modeling. All right. So again, we have inputs and outputs, and the outputs will be the net zero emission status or condition, because that's the mainstream of the world. We have to accept it because Indonesia has agreed upon the Paris Agreement, right? Next. We understand that the fossil energy stocks, it's always declining, except the gas. Gas resources, we understand that a lot of abundance of resources in Indonesia. And that's, we have to believe that this gas resources will be our future, our energy transition. We know that in Andaman and then North Bali and North Lombok, abundant resources. We have to take that one. We have to explore and exploit that gas resources in order to what? In order to make a capitals for transitions. Otherwise, we do not have money. We don't have fund for that. Huge cost, need a lot of fund for the energy transition. And that condition is realized by the big oil company. They are switching back to fossil energy business because of the profits and because the huge of investment. Next. Okay, that resources, as Pak Aldi said, we still have about 65% in Indonesia that are unexplored, but mainly in the eastern part of Indonesia. That's big challenges. It's not easy. The geological concept is different from the western part of Indonesia. And I saw from the Aldi's slide also in the south of the Jawa. It's not easy. There is big trends on the south of Jawa. So big challenges to explore that basins. Next. Coal. We have still abundance of coal. Coal in the current, with the current production, the contingent resources perhaps could last until 100 years. So we need to use this. We need to utilize the coal. Okay, next. Next. Okay. So what is the condition in the net zero emission? I can tell you that on the left chart, we need to decrease. We need to reduce the use of coal power plant, as shown in this picture. we can reduce until 90%, 93% of the emission. But what? Can we do it? It's very doubtful, because the economy of Indonesia will suffer, because if we just apply this scenario. So what should we do? I will tell you later. On the right side, that is the plan of the government from the previous, before the RUPTL, last RUPTL published. On the right side is the power plant in the future, dominated by solar. The yellow is the solar. And then the rest is like water, hydro, and then bioenergy, and then geothermal, wind, yeah, and also nuclear. All right. What is the problem with that? The problem is the following slides. Next, please. All right. So this is explaining the that previous slides about the sectors. Okay. So mainly we will be industry, commercial, and transportation. Yes, the government can impose electrical vehicle to reduce the consumption of the fuel. But in the industry and the commercial sector, likely it's not easy to do that. All right, next. Okay, this is the problem. In order to switch 100% or maybe 90-something% of renewable energy power plant, it requires about $1 trillion of money. Where the money come from, if not from the fossil energy profits? $1 trillion means about 15,000 trillion rupiah. It's not easy to get that huge money. So we need to have strategy that utilize the future, the transition of energy for Indonesia. We need to utilize the transition energy, the resources, the correct resources of transition energy for Indonesia. That is what? That is gas resources. Otherwise, we do not have the money for this transition. Next. All right, then for the people who do research, like academicians and research institutes, they need to revive, to improve the modeling. That includes the energy transition. That's to summarize these slides. And work together with the policies makers. Work together with policymakers to make this new model. Next. Okay, this is energy trilemma. Yeah, energy trilemma is we need to fulfill the demand by supplying the energy, but at the same time, we need to consider the price, so it should be affordable. At the same time, we need to pay attention to the environment. So those three is not easy. For instance, if we consider the environment by reducing the reducing the emission, by not using the coal power plant, can we survive? Can we supply the energy? That's big questions, right? Next. Yeah, there are some techniques, some technology in order to reduce the cost. To storage energy, yeah. Storage will be the main, the main, the main technology that we need in the future. Storage for solar, storage for solar energy, and storage for other energy. For instance, this simple graph, it's the pump hydropower. It's to save the energy of the hydro. So when we need, flow it. When we don't need, save there, put on the top. Next. And there are some examples available in the market, the energy storage. Yeah, we need to pay attention in the energy storage in various types. Yeah, including the green hydrogen, and the most favorable right now is power to gas or power to liquids. This will be in the future technology. Next. All right. So, for instance, if we want to still use the coal for the power plant, what should we do? We need to save. We need to capture the CO2 and put on the ground. Because of what? Because that is our area. That's our capability. Right? Our capability. Because we have the manpower, skilled manpower, we have the regulation, we have the infrastructure. So let's do that. Carbon capture storage and carbon capture utilization and storage. That's the enabler. We can store in the depleted reservoir, like in Arun, for instance. We can store in the aquifer like will be in Sunda Asri, or maybe in coal as a kind of enhanced coal bed methane. There are some techniques on that, so we need to dig to learn far more details. Next. Okay, this is the process, just the process. Capture, compression, transportation, injection, and storage. The highest cost, the portion of the highest portion of the cost in this steps is the capturing. It's about 75% of the total cost. Next. Okay, the Janmigas has published, has announced this storage of Indonesia CO2 capacity storage. It's about 577 total. And depleted reservoir is about 5.85 gigaton. And this is huge. We only need maybe not that many. But then we can sell it as a what? As a storage. So we can put, you as an oil industry can put storage fee on that. And this will be the future of business in oil and gas. We will not only business oil and gas, but we are also doing CO2 storage business. You know, we have a big market on that. For instance, like our neighboring country, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, they don't have storage. They don't have oil fields. But they emit large number of CO2, more than 1.3 gigaton per year of those three countries. How can they store? How can they save the CO2? If not to our country. So this big customers. Next. This is in the world. So this in the world is growing fast. Yeah, it's growing fast. That's the capacity, and that's the number of the facilities. So, and 49 million tons per year, and the 41 CCS facilities. The bottom, this one, showing the example. That will be done also in the Indonesia, that scheme. So, from the gas fields, transported the gas to the LNG facility, and then the CO2 is separated and transported, injected to the other formation. And that 2P formation, this is Gorgon. This is big. One of the biggest CCS in the world, in Australia. It's right now, it's working. It's continuing. So CCS is happening. It's not just concept. Next. But we need infrastructure in order to produce that gas. I believe, personally, Indonesia can achieve the target of 12 billion standard cubic feet per day in year 2030 because of what we're showing the resources in Andaman, in North Bali, and Keng North, and other places. But in Indonesia, usually, each gas field produces CO2 some percent. So we need to take care of that. But then we need to prepare with the infrastructures. And this is going well, going very well. The current infrastructure building is from Batang to Kandang Haur Timur. And right now, I heard the progress is about 70%. So will be early next year will be finished. Then all gases in the Jawa from the resources, from the location of resources, can be transported to the demand in the West Java. This is good news. Again, this is one of the things that we need to think systemically. We need to have the demand, but we need to have the infrastructure. So I think my time is up. Again, one important thing, my message is think systemically. Yeah. From the technical until to non-technical. Thank you very much for paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Tutuka, for the very good presentations, insightful from academics point of view. But we can see from the presentation, we actually have a lot of homeworks from here. It's our duty to translate from the system thinking into the real works and eventually to become our energy resilience for domestic Indonesian energy sustainability. Okay, once again, give applause sekali lagi to Prof. Tutuka and for all the 5 panelists. And I guess we're now moving to the Q&A session. Yeah. So, well, we got a lot of great points, hot and diverse perspectives, and even a lot of eureka moments that we've covered everything from policy to operations, executions, and to academic point of view. And let's keep this momentum going. And I will open questions to the floor if you would like to have something to throw in the kitchen here. But firstly, I want to have my privilege as the moderator. Yeah, can I have one question beforehand? So to Pak Aldi. It's a really good presentations, and I have one intriguing questions on how is SKK Migas' strategy to attract more investment in these volatile conditions in Indonesia and also in globally? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There are 2 parts of this answer actually. The first part is we try to attract by providing more data to investors, because one of the survey result, I think from Rystad as well, from international independent consultants, is that in Indonesia still lack of data, especially for the open areas. That's why our effort currently is how to attract more investment by providing more data. That's why right now, besides the team Capman, the ministry decree team that did the study for the last 3 years, besides that, we also endorse if any investors or if any contractors, existing contractors that want to pursue to fulfill their commitments outside their areas. So if there is no other prospects or leads that can be explored in their own working areas. So we endorse them to invest the remaining of the firm commitments outside their working areas into the open areas. That's why we see the $285 million invested in the open areas recently, as in my slides before. That's the first part of this answer. And the second part of this answer is we already mapped the risks and prospectivity for the open areas, and we match those mapping results to the risk appetite for different investors, because we also map the investors that potentially coming into Indonesia or existing contractors. We map their risk appetite, risk and prospectivity appetite. So we try to synchronize the mapping results of the risk and prospectivity of the areas to the risk and prospectivity appetite from the investor sides, because and based on those synchronicity, we approach the investors one by one. Yeah. I think that summarize my answer to the question.
Okay, so I have a continuous question. So, so I assume there will be more.
There are still 4 panels now.
Oh yeah, okay. So okay. I'll keep that for the last question. Okay, Paldi. How about that deal? Okay, now I would like to invite the audience for questions. Okay, please mention your name and company. Bantu mic-nya boleh.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Hasbi Lubis. I'm the former chair for the SPE Java. So really thank you for the esteemed panelists. It's very interesting topics. And it's not really a question actually, but I would like to have a reaffirmation from the panels. I would like to highlight 3 things that we learned. First, from Pak Tutuka, gas is very important for Indonesia, not only for the source of energy, but also to finance the energy transition. Second, it was highlighted that there is a pivot back from the industry to oil and gas. But the fact is also quite strong that the investment for the energy transition is actually increasing. So it becomes more important. And the third, it's really up to us what to play. For example, 2024, we've seen the record of the previous year spending on the energy transition of $1.8 trillion. But compared to military spending in the same period is actually 2.2 trillion, which is higher. So it really depends on what is the priority and what is our decision. So my question to the panels that might be relevant for our petroleum engineers, because of those 3 things, is still important. Energy transition is going on. It's really up to us. How can the future SPE, Pak Tutuka already mentioned the future SK Chemigas, but how can the future SPE, the future petroleum engineers be still relevant in the changing world? Thank you.
Oke, baik Pak Hasbi Lubis. Ya Pak ya, it's a really good questions. And so the question is, how can be this energy transition related to the future of the petroleum engineers? Ya Pak ya, in short questions like that. Okay, so I would like Prof. Tutuka for the first answers.
Let me start. Number 1, gas is not only for energy, but also for the bahan bakar, fuel, not fuel, not the bahan baku. No. Feedstock. It's not gas. It's not only for energy, but also for feedstock. So that's will make petroleum engineers live forever, right? Because anybody changing world becomes to the manufacturing world, for instance, like. So we still need the gas for the feedstock. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you, petroleum engineers and friends, should create a market, a new business of CO2. Because that's the business of the future. You can store there as make a storage fee, but you can also use CO2 for syngas, for instance, and so on. So the business in the future is CO2 business. But the very fundamental thing is CO2 is not hydrocarbon. And definition of Indonesia, migas, minyak and gas, is hydrocarbon. And we do not have the law that includes the CO2 as a the Minister of the Industry, Minister of Energy. Minister of Energy is just not related to the CO2. For instance, like the migas. Migas is already hydrocarbon. So this is one of the big hurdles. So because what we will do in the future should be lawful. So I tell to our colleagues, SKK Migas, we need to work again to convince the government that we need to complete the new oil and gas law. And that includes also the carbon management maybe, or the CCS, CCUS there. Otherwise, who will manage the CO2? We do understand right now that the CO2 will be the business of the future. And one more thing, is hydrogen. Hydrogen is very important as well. As I understood that Indonesia has natural hydrogen, comes from the subsurface. And if we use that, means we are very competitive because we'll be very cheap. Hydrogen from the chemical reaction, like electrolyzer, will be right now still very expensive. But hydrogen from the ground is very cheap. And Indonesia, I think, according to my knowledge, we have had that hydrogen. So it will be big business. And we do not have any kind of regulation, and that matters. So that's our challenges as well. Thank you.
Applause dong. Oke, Pak Rahmat, silakan ditambahkan.
Okay, thank you for very interesting questions. I would like also to share our growth strategy for the long term. From PHE point of view, we believe we do to fill our growth. One, maximizing our legacy business, which is oil and gas business, as we did at the moment. And then the second also, we are committed to set up our low carbon business. So we believe, from PHE, we will invest a lot for the oil and gas industry because why? As Pak Tutuka mentioned, the world still need energy from the all sectors, oil, gas, even coal, and then also for the new renewable energy. So Pertamina or PHE will do our business in oil and gas industry and then low carbon business. And then our target basically to be in the future, to be stronger healthier, yeah, in oil and gas and also low carbon business. So I think, yeah, petroleum engineer or SPE is still relevant for the future, yeah. Or even 50 years from now, yeah, still needed, yeah, by world, yeah, and as well as by Indonesia. So no worries, still open, yeah, and then I think the company will be exist for the long lasting. Thank you.
Very relieving. Next, Pak Aldi.
Okay, if I may add to Pak Hasbi's question, Pak Hasbi is also my longtime colleague as well. So to add Pak Prof Aji and Pak Rahmat, so because Pak Prof Aji mentioned about the oil and gas revision law revision, we and SKK Migas agree that one of the trigger for this revision is the global dynamics, which is the energy transition that has not been included in the original law. That's why it has to be included in the revision. But if you're talking about the law, oil and gas law, it's beyond it's beyond our reach because it's very political and nationwide. But currently we are still in the process of revising the government regulation number 27 and 53, which both are regulating the taxation in oil and gas upstream, and currently in the process of revising the GR, we included the CCS CCUS in the clause, but we are still back and forth convincing the Ministry of Finance for this CCS and CCUS new clause, because for CCUS maybe you will have additional revenue, but for CCS it's not. It's a cost and not additional revenue. But the thing is, this is the license to invest for the multinational oil and gas companies. That's why we try to convince the Ministry of Finance that it needs to be stipulated in the GR revision. And that's the first one. And the second one is for the investor engagement, we receive several investors that they already shown their interest that they want to invest for the CCS business in Indonesia, but not to produce the oil and gas, but only for the CCS business. And we captured those interests, but in parallel, we need to strengthen the regulation first. Because if we don't strengthen the regulation, the business ecosystem for CO2 in Indonesia cannot be established. That's why we need to establish the regulation first. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Aldi.
Yeah, Pak Hasbi, maybe to answer a specific question, what is SPE relevance? Society Petroleum of Engineers, right? The SPE as an organization, the relevance of the energy transition. Just like SPE promote and having production reserve management systems, PRMS, as the standards for all of us now doing our reserve certifications. SPE also have SRMS right now, if I'm not mistaken, storage reserve management systems that can be applied for CO2 storage. So basically, SPE as an organization, you can basically improve these SRMS systems and make it acceptable, help out the government that has make the regulation and everything, how to actually quantify, certify the storage reserve that you have that we can utilize as a CO2 storage. That's maybe quite specific. So please, that's what SPE roles in the PRMS that you can do in the SRMS right now. Thank you.
Silakan, Pak.
Yep, and I would like to add on to that point on energy transition. So I think the word is transition. It doesn't mean that oil and gas is going out of the energy mix. Often we like to think about it as fossil fuels being driven out of the energy mix. But I think even if you extend the timeline up to 2060 or 2070, oil and gas will still remain a very core component of it. And it will be the backbone to sustain economies and demand as well. So it is not going to go away like that. And also to bear that in mind, I think Indonesia also needs a lot of these energy sources at heart to also grow. So we all know that as of today, I think gas is about 5 BCFD, and it will grow up to that, it will double by 2030 with all the projects coming online. And that's a lot of opportunity for not only just SP in terms of jobs, it also creates a lot of investments and pulling a lot of resources together and training people for the next generation. More importantly, it drives a lot more capital. And while the world as well as Indonesia tries to develop solutions to make energy transition or maybe new energies more economical and viable, all those capital could be flown to that, would flow into that as well. So we do see, like, I think, like leading companies like Pertamina and other players have already taken steps to nurture some of these beginning paths of investments and gaining, creating knowledge to drive energy transition in the right direction. So I think overall what I'm trying to say is basically I don't think it's something that is a yes or no for SPE. I still think SPE has a bright future in driving a lot of the change that we see. Of course, growing forward, I think we would see that how we could channel some of the efforts to those in a later timeline that will help to drive a lot more sustainability for the country and for the society and economy. Thank you.
Thank you for all panelists for the answers. So the short one, we still have PE is still relevant in the future. Don't worry for all of us here. And the thing is that SPE also can do the synergy to, related to the SRMS and PRMS to maybe as an input for the government, you mean, right, Pak Tri, ya? So there are a lot of opportunities and, okay, still PE. Okay, and we still have time for some questions. I shall choose the one with the brown jacket. Please mention your name and institutions.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mbak Uni. And thank you very much also for the panelists here, the honorable panelists. My name is Firzan Anastasidik, and I'm currently here serve as the third year students at ITB. I'm the one of Mr. Tutu Karyaji's students here, representing SPITB SC, one of the SPE Java student chapters. Okay, so I have a questions for the panelists. So we are here having the both sides of the industry players. And I would quote from what Mr. Chi said, that we survive a lot of things. And it's interesting because here we get the company and the government. So the question is, for the company sides, what exactly the company prioritize needs or expectations to government to help companies ensure resilience and supporting the company to survive on the current and future conditions. And I would like to also request to Mr. Aldi and also to Mr. Tutu Karyaji to respond from the answer by the company sides. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mbak Uni.
Okay, thank you. Pak Rizal, yeah, from the Petroleum Engineering ITB, yeah. Yeah, so I heard about the PST expectation from government, so I assume that should be from Pak Rahmat and Pak Tri.
All right.
Yeah, Mas Rizal, yeah.
Okay, let me start first, Pak Rahmat, because there's two companies here, right? Pertamina is government, No, basically we have Pertamina and me basically representing the private sector. So what is our expectation basically? First is simplifications of regulation and permits, because most of the time the main issues why the project was delayed because there are multiple permits and regulation that overlapping one another. As example, there we have an environmental, we want to drill a specific example, we want to drill, and then we have to follow a regulatory environmental permits there that we done, and which is takes ages to be completed. If we want to drill in farmland, there will be required a regulation with the Ministry of Farming, Mentan, yeah. That takes ages as well, and all of these permits delayed in terms of executing a project for us means a delay of delivering the production, means a delay in the cash flow, means a delay in profit, means the project cannot be done. So, but having said that, the initiative is there from the government. I think earlier this year, the head of SK Migas actually put on a decree, so all things that requires permits that still in the process can be done parallelly. I think that's quite controversial as well, yeah, that at that time, yeah. And we actually, but having said that, the drive is there. But if we can somehow simplify all of this, and as per the president also mentioned during the IPA conference just now, the willingness from the government to actually simplify and also to accelerate these overlapping permits, overlapping regulations is there. So that is the most hopeful things for us to do the project first. There are a lot of lists, but because that's directly reflected in how fast actually we can work, that is the most important one. Thank you.
Silakan Pak Retma. Thank you Pak Tri.
Yeah, thank you Pak Tri. I think also we agreed, yeah, what Pak Tri mentioned. Number one, simplify the regulation. It is really important, yeah, for Pertamina and also for other contractors, yeah, to get certainty on the regulation and also on the permit, yeah. That number one. Number two, basically, as a company, yeah, we are looking for the profit. So hopefully also the government, SKK Migas and also Migas, yeah, will like provide fair return for company, yeah, in order also to recover our investment. So that the fundamental things, I think. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you Pak Rahmat. Now Pak Ali, your turn to respond.
Okay, thank you. So the response to the companies ask for help. I think the first one about the permits. Yeah. Permits, we all agree that currently we have so many permits that is required in the industry, in the upstream oil and gas industry. But our effort currently is, besides we have one-door service policy, and then we have a supervisory commission, and in the supervisory commission, there are several ministries representatives which sits in the supervisory commission. So we often ask for help to them because they are the one who is the person in charge for the permits, especially their ministries. That's why so besides investor engagement, so now we have stakeholder engagement as well. So the stakeholder engagement, not only in the central government or ministries, but also in the provincial government or municipalities. Yeah. So in the corresponding areas that related to the working areas for the contractors. So these efforts, well, I think this is a continuous effort because this is work in progress, because so many of our stakeholders, they don't grasp the concept for oil and gas industry. So they think in the beginning they think this industry is just similar to the other industries, but that's why we have the stakeholder engagement programs, because we need to share the knowledge to the stakeholders that that do not understand, not yet understand the cycle of the industry, because we share to them that the cycle for this industry is different than the other industries, because we are not in the manufacturing business. Because the business process in the manufacturing business and the oil and gas business is different, especially in the upstream. Yeah. And so this knowledge, we need to spread the knowledge to all the stakeholders, not only in the central but also in the province or municipalities. Yeah, I think that's our effort right now. Hopefully, it ask for help.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Indonesian has a phrase "tak kenal maka tak sayang." So that's what I am seeing from SKK Migas is trying to have broaden the engagement, not only from the investor but also from the stakeholders. And we can see also from the PSC side, they actually want to have their project accelerated and not delayed, so they also can have the revenue faster. And that will be also beneficial for all of the stakeholders, right? Not only for the PSC, but also for the government intakes and all of the technical providers included inside the projects. So I think this is a good effort from both sides. And are we allowed? Do you want to add more?
Okay, yes.
To have one more opinion.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, just to add on to that also, and because we often observe some of these trends and things that's going on as well. Again, for the purposes of the broader landscape, we do note that I think extracting resources is a very challenging process. It's not the same as in the past where it's just basically you drill one well and you just get oil off the ground and you're done, right? I think right now there's a lot more technologies, a lot more land that you need to do, a lot more application you need to do, and on top of that, we want to make sure that it remains safe for everybody as well. So permits are there for a reason. But of course, with increased activity, you see more permits, and of course, everybody wonders why things taking so slow, because we are going to see a lot more production coming online. So I think it's there for a reason, but we have also noted that the government has taken a lot of steps to do it already. I think like the Omnibus law has helped. I think not only just permitting, I think one more thing to look at is a bit more of fiscals as well. The government also has been looking at it several times, and I think also in the introduction of gross split in 2017 and various revisions have also given a lot more like support from the government to drive a lot of these investments into the country as well. So I think there's a lot of things that the government as well as regulators and companies are also negotiating to see what's most optimal. Of course, the government has to balance its interests. Companies have to balance its interests, but what really gets to stand there, I think, is also quite important for everybody. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sam. You want to add one more, Pak?
Yeah, something. This is to the companies, yeah, Pak Rahmat and Pak Tri. Number one, very important thing is leadership. Leadership, yeah. In this very challenging, dynamic transition energy era, leadership is number one. It's very important. You have to be able to give direction and what your company will go. Strong direction. Because then will guide your employees where the company will go. So, and then follow with the management. You need to have a proper organization that secure the career of your companies in this era, in this transition energy, for instance. Yeah. Number two is not to hesitate, not to worry, not to very afraid of trying new technology. because that's the key. Without the innovation, without the technology, I think this industry will be gone. Why this industry can survive? Because it's new technology, the technology always renewed. The big company, all the big companies have the R&D. That makes this industry continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Tutukar. Give applause. That can actually wrap up this discussion panel. But however, we have all of the questions answered by the 5 panelists, and the time is up. And I think for the audience who's still keen to know about these discussions and presentations can directly discuss with the panelists afterwards. However, I think now we are reaching the end of our session. And thank you for all of the great questions. Really appreciate the curiosity from the audience and also to our panelists for the thoughtful answers. And we have a really engaging discussions. Now let's take a moment to reflect what we've learned today before we close off the session. And thank you, Pak Tutukar, you have provided two closing points. Well, actually now Indonesia is prioritizing energy resilience through optimized domestic production and diversified energy mix. And some key enablers on upstream business to support energy resilience. There are some. First, to enhance exploration with flexible PSC terms. Over 128 sedimentary basins with 53 unexplored present as untapped potential. This becomes an investment opportunity to support the national energy security. And second is improving strategic oil and gas exploitation programs to boost production, including EOR acceleration. Third, the expansion of clean energy infrastructure. Gas is the most reliable and cleanest fossil fuel, with large reserves but uneven infrastructure between eastern and western regions. And investment now is shifting to LNG, regasifications, and pipelines to close the supply-demand mismatch. And number 4, the expansion of carbon capture and green economy, while Indonesia is advancing CCS or CCUS initiatives with more than 100 metric ton CO2 storage potential by 2055. Carbon offsetting and trading development support both resilience and sustainability. And 5, execution matters more than size. In uncertain markets, operator capability, agility, and risk management determine success, but not also the scale. Best performing NOCs are investing in vertical integration, local supply chains, and strategic sourcing models. And the last is to gain government support and policy alignment. National energy programs are supported by aligning licensing, fiscal incentives, and permitting reforms, including the CCUS regulations. So in short, we need to stay innovative and collaborative and stay focused on both today's goals and tomorrow's energy landscape. And thank you again to our amazing panelists for sharing their perspectives and to all of you for being part of this discussion. And let's keep this momentum going. See you on the next session. Thank you so much for staying here. For all of us, give applause. Now over to you, Mbak MC yang cantik. Silakan.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Yunita Dia, and to all of our distinguished panelists for the insightful and thought-provoking discussion. We kindly ask our moderator and panelists to remain on stage as we will now proceed to the memento presentation as a token of appreciation for your valuable contributions. This memento will be presented by SPE Java Chairperson Ahmad Reski Azhar. We also invite our documentation team to get ready as we will follow with a photo on stage.
All right, let's commemorate this inspiring morning on my count. 3, 2, 1. All right, to all the panelists, you may come to the center of the stage. And we will now commemorate this inspiring morning. All right, on my count, 3, 2, 1, smile.
Thank you. Now we will have the next photo session, the group photo session with all the participants. We kindly invite all panelists, moderator, and Mr. Reski to please make your way in front of the stage. For all panelists and moderator, please make your way to in front of the stage with Mr. Reski to take the final group photo session. For all the panelists from the first panel session, please help yourselves in front of the stage to take the group photo.
We will be taking a photo together with all attendees on the floor. So we ask for your cooperation to remain in your seats and face forward toward the stage as we capture this collective moment. Once again, to our distinguished speakers and guests, please join us in the front of the stage. Okay, let's
commemorate this inspiring moment on my count. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, for all the attendees, you could stand up from your seats for this photo group session so that you all could be in one frame. Thank you very much. So, for the first, okay. Okay, for the first photo, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, next we will be taking a video. So on my count, on the count of 1, please wave hey to the camera. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you everyone. We now kindly ask all panelists, moderators, and participants to please return to your seat.
While we move on to the next agenda, please enjoy our selections of snacks and beverage. Don't hesitate to help yourselves and enjoy them while being in this room, as we will be moving on to the next agenda, the last one right before lunch break. So we have a special part of our program, the awarding session for our sponsors and exhibitors. So for the sponsors and exhibitors, please stay in this room as we will begin with the awarding ceremony.
We will be calling each sponsor and exhibitor by name. When your organization is mentioned, we kindly invite your representatives to come up on the stage to receive a plaque of appreciation.
This plaque will be presented by Mr. Arif Pranoto, representing the Energy Symposium. Mr. Arif Pranoto, we kindly invite you to the stage. Now let us begin with the awarding. Please welcome the representative from sponsors and exhibitor to the stage. We will be calling each name.
First, we would like to invite our platinum sponsor. Please welcome Miss Fini Nahdi Rahma, a reservoir engineer, as the representative of T Navigator to the stage. All right, while we wait, I would like to kindly ask the representative of SLB, Mr. Iman Siragar, as D&I Digital Innovation Lead, to come to the front for the awarding. Thank you, Tina Navigator, for our platinum sponsors. And now you may please return to your seats as we will continue with the SLB. To Mr. Iman, you may come forward to the stage. While we wait, I would like to also kindly ask the representative of Rystad Energy Asia Pte Ltd to come to the front of the stage and prepare for the awarding.
To all attendees, please be seated as we will begin our lunch break after the awarding session.
All right, for the representative of Rystad Energy Asia PT Ltd, you may come forward to the stage. All right, once again, we would like to also invite Miss Nabila Sarah Permana as the marketing of PT El Nusa Tbk to come forward to the stage. As we wait, we would like to also kindly ask the representative of ExxonMobil Chipo Limited to come to the front and prepare for the awarding. All right, we will move on to the representative of Medco E&P Indonesia.
Next, we will begin with our supporting sponsor for Bapak Dukut Wahyu Nugroho from Pertamina Hulu Energi. Please make your way to the stage. Bapak Dukut Wahyu Nugroho as the External Communication and Stakeholder Relations Subholding Upstream from Pertamina Hulu Energi. Next, we invite our media partner, Scope Pertamina, to make your way to the stage to receive Bapak Igusti Ngurah Pandu as the representative of Scope Pertamina. Thank you, Scope Pertamina, for your continuous support.
We would like to thank our silver sponsor, Rystad Energy Asia PT Ltd, ExxonMobil Chipo Limited, and Medco E&P Indonesia for your support throughout this event.
We would also like to thank our supporting sponsor, Pertamina Hulu Energi and Harbor Energy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we would like to invite the representative of Medco E&P Indonesia to come forward to the stage for the awarding. To Mr. Bambang Ismanto, you may come forward to the stage.
Next, we will be calling our exhibitors to receive the memento for T Navigator. Is there any representative for T Navigator to receive the exhibitor memento? Next, we would like to call SLB to receive the exhibitor memento. Bapak Iman Siregar will receive the exhibitor memento for SLB. Thank you, SLB. Next, we will call SPE Geothermal Technical Session to come forward to the stage. Bapak Hikmat, you are welcome to the stage to receive the exhibitor memento. Thank you for SPE Geothermal Technical Section. Next, we will call SPE Asia Pacific Robotics, an autonomous system in collaboration with Terra Drone. You may make your way to the stage to receive the exhibitor memento. Next, for T Navigator, please make your way to the stage to receive the exhibitor memento. Do we have any representative from T Navigator? Bapak Reynaldi, please come to the stage. Thank you to T Navigator.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all sponsors, media partners, and exhibitors for your generous support and valuable contributions in making the Annual Energy Symposium 2025 a meaningful and impactful event. Your presence and collaborations have played a crucial role in the success of today's symposium. We would also like to thank Mr. Arif Pranoto for presenting the plaques. Sir, we can invite you to return to your seat. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the awarding of Professional Workshop CCS-CCUS Fundamental and Dynamic Simulation in collaboration with Scope. We kindly invite the following names to come forward to the stage: Miss Debbie Halinda, Mr. Reynaldi Mulyawan.
The plaques will be presented by Mr. Ahmad Rizi Azhar. To Mr. Ahmad Rizi Azhar, may we kindly invite you to the stage.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Halinda. Please welcome Mr. Reynaldi Mulyawan.
All right, thank you once again to Miss Debbie, Mr. Reynaldi, and Mas Rezli. And now that concludes our session for today. And we would like to ask all participants to enjoy a quick lunch break. And we kindly remind all participants to be back and seated in the ballroom at 1 p.m. sharp, as we will resume the symposium with the next exciting panel discussions. Please enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. See you at 1 p.m.
Introducing T-Navigator, the future of reservoir modeling technology. Capture geoscience, completion engineering, and dynamic reservoir simulation within a single application. Enjoy the seamless integration between multiple domains, accelerating your analysis to match the pace of field operations. It's all you need for integrated asset modeling, from reservoir to surface networks,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Annual Energy Symposium 2025, hosted by the Society of Petroleum Engineer SPE Java Indonesia section. Supported by SK Kamigas, sponsored by T Navigator, SLB, Rystad Energy Asia PT Ltd, PT El Nusa Tbk, ExxonMobil Cepu Limited, Medco INP Indonesia, Pertamina Hulu Energi, Harbor Energy, media partner by Scope Pertamina.
We hope you had a pleasant lunch and meaningful conversations during the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back. We hope you had a pleasant lunch and meaningful conversations during the break. Now we are ready to continue with our second panel session with the title of
Fueling a Sustainable Future Through Innovations Actions.
This session will focus on how innovation, whether in technology, operations, or cross-sector collaborations, plays a vital role in achieving a low-carbon, secure, and inclusive energy future. As global demands shift and sustainability became a non-negotiable value, energy players are challenged to rethink and redesign the way we produce, consume, and govern energy.
To guide this important dialogue, we are honored to welcome our moderator for panel session 2, Ms. Christine Lorita Wawor, as expert of upstream business development at Pertamina Hulu Energi. To Ms. Christine, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here. I've seen some familiar faces among the audience, and it's really good to see you all again here. Let me introduce myself one more time. I'm Christine Wawor, currently working for Pertamina Hulu Energi as part of the upstream business development. And currently we have our distinguished speakers, which I never met before, but somehow with certain familiarities from my previous experiences, it feels that I know them for quite a long time. So please welcome our first speaker, Bapak Muhammad Taufan. Bapak Muhammad Taufan graduated from ITB. He has built a solid career of 22 years contribution in Chevron, joining Pertamina in 2021. With his last position as VP of Subsurface Development and Planning in Pertamina Hulu Rokan. Welcome, Pak Taufan. And I would like to invite our second speakers, Bapak Raihan Masfud, also graduated from ITB, starting his career as project engineer in Petrosea, wildland engineer in Halliburton, and joining BP, assuming several technical position before his last position as VP of Subsurface Asia Pacific region. Welcome, Pak Raihan. And please welcome our third speakers, Bapak Ingurah Beni Setiawan. He is such a keen learner. He has completed his PhD in Imperial College and actively participating in International Journal of Rock Mechanics and Mining Science as technical reviewer, as well as the research division of VIATMI. Currently, Pak Beni is taking his role as Digital Business Development Manager at SLB. Welcome, Pak Beni. So this is a great opportunity for us to learn from our speakers. We will see how their effort, innovative breakthrough that successfully implemented in the business unit, how the technology has increased and elevated the business, and we will also learn what is the best approach for us to take the most of our current advancing technology. I would like to let Pak Taufan onto the podium for you to present. Yeah.
this clicker or somebody
Yes.
will?
I think you can, the clicker. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and guests. So my name's Taufan from Rokan. So in the next 2 hours, or 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So looks like everybody's still some time. Okay, so it is a hard hours after lunchtime, I guess. So hopefully my presentations, all the information can be delivered. So all the knowledge from Rokan will be beneficial for all of us in this room. So let me start with the introductions of Pertamina Hulu Rokan itself. So Pertamina Hulu Rokan, as you can see, have a large operation area. It's like a 64,000 kilometers square and crossing 7 districts in Rio province. The first production back in 1952. And then we have, since then we drilled more wells, and now we have more than 12,000 wells. Consists of 10,000 of the producer wells and 1,500 of the injector wells, and the rest of the disposal and also observation wells. And also we produce a lot of water actually. It's more than 9 million barrels water per day. So that's a huge amount of water. And then how we manage it, many of the fields actually are a zero water discharge. So what is meant by zero water discharge? So all produced water are injecting back to reservoir. For example, the two largest fields that we have, like a Duri fields, so the water production from Duri either goes to steam generations, or we inject it to disposal wells. And then for Minas, for example, as one of the largest water flood project in Southeast Asia, so we produce like 4 million barrels of water in Minas. All of them are injecting back to the reservoir for the water flood recovery. So we have, from the surface side, we have 35 gathering stations, 13,000 kilometers of production lines or flow lines, and also 500 kilometers of shipping line. So that amount, that length is like almost 3 times if you go from Sabang to Merauke, back and forth. So that's how far the operators in Rokan have to walk through all the pipeline in the operations of the Rokan. So you can imagine that. We also have like more than 1,000 power pole and also several electrical generation substations. So it is a huge operations and also complex operations. And actually today it's become one of our challenges because of the aging facilities that we have. So you can imagine that we've been producing since 52, so it's more than 70 years of the facilities there. So currently we have operating like 30 drilling rigs and also 54 workover rigs. And we are ramping up the workover rigs to 62, targeting the 62 can be achieved in the Q3 this year. So with all those resources, we are able to executing like 500 new wells drilled per year, and also around 21,000 workover well intervention, including the stimulations that we executed per year. On the electricity side, the electricity load that we have in Rokan is around 430 megawatt, with the capacity around 475 megawatt. Where the electricity generation mostly coming from the North Duri Cogen, which is generating around 300 megawatt. And to support the electricity and also the steam generations, we use around 215 BBTUD of gas. So most of them, most of the gas coming from the outside, because our own use gas
is only around 15 to 16 BBTUD. So we have to purchase gas from different source, like from Medco Corridor, from Jambi Merang, from Jabung, PetroChina. Yeah, so that's our dependency to get the support for the gas supply. And with all the complex operation, we have large number of data. So digitalization is one of the critical part here to manage the operation in Rokan, not just for the subsurface, but also for the surface and also to support the safe operations. And we have a digital innovation center located in Rumbai. It is a hub for all the information that we use to make our decisions. So what we have in Rokan as an asset, we have 93 fields basically. From those 93, we have a primary fields, which is still operating with primary, around 74 fields, yeah, where 3 of them are heavy oil fields. And then we have 18 waterflood fields that's been developed today. From those 18, we plan to develop with the chemical EOR. So there are 5 of them will be a chemical EOR. It's Minas, Bangko, Balam, Bekasap, and Patani fields. So those are the larger fields that we are going to develop the chemical EOR. And then we have one steam flood field, which is the famous Duri field. So we are still injecting around 360,000 barrels steam per day in this field. So on the other side, on the unconventional side, so we're also exploring. So basically, in the unconventional side in Rokan, we have 3 main sources: North Aman Trough, South Aman Trough, and also the Rangot Trough. So we are currently exploring the North Aman Trough. So we have executed 2 exploration wells, Gulamo and Kellock. So that's part of the exploration stage, and we have successfully declared those wells as a discovery. And we are moving to appraisal stage right now to set up the development concept, and also moving to the demonstration to understand the boundary of the area development and also the commerciality before going to the full field development. Okay. So yeah, this is interesting part, I guess, because Rokan transition in 2021 from Chevron Pacific Indonesia to Pertamina Hulu Rokan is recognized as one of the successful transition operatorship in Indonesia. So as you can see from the chart, on the gray area was the production decline before the transitions. It was around 11% per year decline. So post the transition, we are able to arrest the decline to 0%. So back to 2018, when the government of Indonesia declared that the Rokan block will be handed over from Chevron Pacific Indonesia to Pertamina, a significant number of reduction in capital investment at the time in 2018. So that's one of the challenges because of the reduction activities impacting the production decline as well. So we need to prepare the handover, how we make sure that the handover is going to be smooth, and also we make sure that there's no hiccups during the transitions while improving the productions. So it starts with setting up the organization, the transition organizations, and also all the supporting, critical supporting component, such as contracting, all the processes, workflows, and tools. Even we have the licensing agreement with the previous operator to transfer all the IP that we used before in the previous operator to be used in the Pertamina. So we have to do that, especially for the heavy oil IP information. So a lot of things that we've done 2-3 years before the handover. And on the day 1 in August 2021, so despite the challenge with COVID-19, so at the same time we had this COVID-19 happen in 2021, and we had to transition from Chevron to Pertamina. But with all the preparation, so the key component is the organizations, and also all the critical supporting components there. So we are able to manage the transition very smooth without any hiccups. And also we are ramping up the activities quite significant. So from no drilling at all to 20 drilling rigs in less than a year. And also increasing the workover activities from 25 rigs to more than 30 rigs in a year. So not just the rig activities, but also the rigless, which is the chemical stimulations, and also the steam, cyclic steam, half and puff, also ramping up quite significant, from 300 to 500 jobs per month. On the IEOR side as well, so we are able to maintain our best practices on the reservoir management, and also start developing new opportunities on the steam flood and also the water floods. So those are the key enablers that makes happen. We can rise the decline from 11% to 0%. So if you look at the chart, the outcome is we are actually adding 50,000 barrels oil per day compared to if we continue the decline trend prior to the transitions. So this helped us, the Rokan, as a major oil contributor in Indonesia. So we are contributing around more than 25% of the national oil productions. Okay. So what we have in Rokan to maintain sustainable future, so to prepare it. So it is all about a combination of optimizing base and also to support the growth production through a new development, supported by digital innovation that will enhance our process efficiency and also the cost effectiveness. So from the base optimizations, we've done a lot of workover well stimulation, actually contributed quite significant. So with the production around 16 to 18,000 barrels oil per day per year from those activities. So we have executed more than 470 workovers, more than 60,000 well intervention, well services, including the stimulation. So there's a lot of activities has been done post the transitions. And also the idle wells reactivations. We have reactivated more than 1,000 idle wells post the transition. And right now it's contributing around 11,000 barrels oil per day. And also we activated around 10 idle structures during this PHR era. So another important part is about the lost production opportunity. So we try to minimize the lost production opportunity, both surface and subsurface. So today we are able to manage our production efficiency around 95%. On the, because we have 1,000 producer wells, so the surveillance of those wells become critical. So we install like online monitoring system at the 40%, almost 50% of the wells. That contributing to 80% of productions. So with those large numbers of data, so we use the digital, or we use the AI, artificial intelligence, to analyze the data that help us to quickly identify any potential problem with the pump or with the wells. So that's how we intensively use the AI here. So on the development side, so we have drilled more than 1,500 wells today, and then we put on production more than 1,400 wells. So there's a lot of wells that we've been put on production since transitions. And then this includes the low quality reservoir development. So we executed almost 400 LQR wells, including the horizontal multi-stage fracturing at the Kota Batak KB 525 that been executed last year and put on production in July 2024 with production around 580 barrels oil per day. and it's still sustained until today, so it's almost a year now. So that's one of the success, deemed as one of the successful horizontal MSF in Indonesia. So we're gonna continue that. I will tell more about that in next slides. On the exploration, so we also are ramping up the exploration post the transitions. So we executed the seismic, 3D seismic, more than 700 kilometer squares, and we are targeting to acquire to 1,000 kilometer squares of the 3D seismic. And also we have drilled 7 exploration wells and leads to new discovery for new development. On the EOR side, so we have more than 50 projects that currently in the queue that we have in Rokan. So we have steam flood projects. We have Duri Area 14, North Duri Area 14, Stage 1 and Stage 2, currently executed. All stages will be on stream by the end of this year. And we plan to develop the Area 14 until 11 stages. And then we have another oil field as a target for steam flood, like Duri Ring, Kulin, Rantau Bais, D240 sand, which is the Salawa sand because the depth is less than 100 meters, so it's very shallow. It's more challenging there. And then on the waterflood side, we are working on 6 waterfall projects this year, and expecting all the waterfall project will be on stream by end of this year or early next year. And we still have another 11 water projects in the queue, and then another 21 waterflood expansions that are currently waiting on executions. On the COR, so maybe this is something that quite famous as well, the chemical EOR. So we have executed the simple surfactant project in Balam South. It was successful for the Stage 1 and Stage 2. And then we are executing a chemical AOR, the ASP, alkaline surfactant polymer, for Minas Area A. So we're gonna injecting 3 parents at the end of this year. And we have another queue, which is Area B, C, D, and E for the alkaline surfactant polymer. So it's a kind of large project. So it's not just going to be in Minas area. We plan to injecting the ASP or chemical EOR in other fields like Bangko, Bekasap, Balam, and Petani fields. So that's on the conventional side. There's still a lot of potential that we have in Rokan. And then we added on top of that is the unconventional opportunities. So we have recently completed the 2 exploration wells, Gulambo and Kellogg. We acquired 1,900 until 2,000 feet of oil from Gulambo wells. And then we did the test, it was successful flowback test and declared as a discovery. So with those results, we continue to the next stage, which is the appraisal stage. So we plan to drill another 3 wells of the M&K, of the unconventional wells, by end of 2026 or early 2027. So if you look at the Rokan, so we still have a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of portfolio. So this is something that we like to maximize all the values that we have in Rokan. Okay, so let me talk about a little bit more about the low quality sand or low quality reservoir development in Rokan. So low quality reservoirs means that low permeability, so hence have a low fluid mobility. So if you look at this top left, what do you call it, cartoon there, so there's no single development approach for this LQR. It will be depend on the reservoir quality. So for example, for finding upward type of sand, so it's going to be challenged to have a frac approach or frac wells there. So because the fractures will connect with the bottom water there. So that's causing water channeling that's going to be produced. So instead, we have to drill if we have extensive oil opportunities there, so we just drill the regular horizontals. So this happened in Minas field. So the other two examples basically is different type of reservoir. For example, laminated or blocky sand. So it will be depend on the size of the opportunity. If it's small size, just drill vertical wells. If it's, you have a lateral extensive of the oil, so you can drill the horizontal with multi-stage fracturings. So that's what we've done in Kota Batak field. So since the transitions, again, we have completed almost 400 wells with the production more than 10,000. And we execute at 8 different fields supported by 6 to 8 frac units. And then if you look at the table left below there, so in 2021 when we transitioned, only 6 wells that we executed. So there is some evolution there. So there's some learning curve. So we are ramping up the activities, we are ramping up the execution from 6 now around to 200 wells per year. So if you look at also there's horizontal MSF in the table. So last year we only executed 1, so now we plan to execute more. So based on the learning from the success of the execution of Kota Batak KB 525, the KB 525 we drill like a 1,500 feet of lateral sections, and then with 8 stages with plug and perf, and we are able to maintain the production of 580 barrels oil per day. So we want to repeat it, and basically we want to execute this MSF at the 3 main fields basically, in Kota Batak, Bangko, and Balam Southeast. And based on our roadmap that we plan to have 10 wells this year, 15 wells next year, and also maintaining around 20-25 wells of MSF in 2027 and beyond. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention that the opportunity LQR in Rokan is about 1.2 billion barrels of oil. So it's still a lot of opportunity there with a very low recovery, it's less than 10%. So this is another opportunity that Rokan is kind of pursuing. Okay, so going to the digital or technology innovation. So with this large operation, complex operation, so digital innovation become a critical part of the Rokan's operation. So it helped provide efficiencies, optimal result, and also the safety, improving the safety behavior. So this is kind of example of several AI implementation that we have in Rokan, but we have several others that are not listed in here. So the first one is about the AI CCTV safeties, which is applied in all rigs that we have in Rokan. So we have almost 90 rigs, so we all equipped with these AI rigs. So this CCTV help us to identify unsafe behavior, unsafe act, and improper use of the PPE. So it will give a signal directly to the command center. So this help us to increase the safety behavior. And then the other one is about the AI deno card analysis, which is to identify any potential pump issues. So like for example, in Duri field, we have 6,000 wells. So 40% of those installed with the dyno online. So it's very hard, very difficult if the engineers have to review all the dyno card manually. So every dyno card have to be reviewed manually. So we have this AI to help us identify problems based on the shape of the card. And also we use the machine learning for the AI to learn new problems or new definition of problem based on different shape of the card. So this really help us to identify the problem quickly. And also combination with the IAMs, we call it Integration Exception Management System, meaning that we are focusing only to the problem that we identify. So the engineers only review the problem wells, not the good wells, because they need to focus on the problem wells. So that saves times and effort as well. And then we have the AI performance drop detection. So this is combination of the productions, pump information, and other wellbore conditions. So it helps us identify quickly if there's any production drop indication from the wells. And it combined with all the algorithm and condition there, it come up with the problem identification and then recommended action. So this help all our engineers as a starting point to analyze the problem. On the reservoir management side, we have several few AI that we have, but the main thing that we have two. Basically, the first one we call it the eMars or eVenus. Basically, this AI will help us to identify potential for idle wells to be reactivation for the reactivation program, and also based on the data that we have from the wellbore to help us identify potential for workovers, for example. And also for new development, so we call it the iPADI, with the combination of the static and dynamic data. So we use the information to help us pinpoint location for a bypass oil as a potential for infill wells. So that's the opportunity that we already implemented. So all of the information, we have many dashboard that we have. So we use those information in the Digital Innovation Center as a hub to integrate all the information and use that to discuss with the cross-functional team and make decisions. So again, with the complex and large operation in ROCAN that we have, digital technology innovation is a must. And it's been proven to help ROCAN to maintain its status as the leader in oil producer in Indonesia. So that's conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Taufan. I spent my almost entire career in mature field operation. I think the maximum wells I ever managed is 63 from 5 to 7 rig operation. So I would imagine it's such an impressive achievement for Pertamina Hulu Rokan. During the transition period, arresting decline from 11% to a steady 150,000 production in the last 4 years, right? And I would say maybe in bahasa tidak ada matinya ya Pak. Yeah, because I've seen how successfully the operation during the transition, you already managed the improve and enhance recovery, but at the same time adding up, I think by tenfold. It may not be that big, 10,000 barrel oil production from low quality reservoir, but it's actually tenfold of the first time it was initiated in 2021. So congratulations. And beyond that, you still have the strength to carry on the exploration and MNK. So it's such an amazing achievement. And I think we have so much to learn from you. Yeah. So I would like to invite Mas Raihan to this podium. And we'll hear how BP advancing their low carbon business from Mas Raihan.
Okay, terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. So as Pak Taufan mentioned, this is a very difficult hours. So I hope we can all stay awake. Thank you for the moderator as well to prepare coffee even in front of us. So it's great to see everybody today. And I think what encouraged me the most actually since this morning is the younger faces, right? So I think as I will share, I think the oil and gas will still continue for decades to come, and I think Indonesia is I think still needs this primary energy from oil and gas. So we were hoping that the younger generation will continue the business in Indonesia. So yeah, so my name is Raihan. So I'm the VP for Subsurface for Asia Pacific for BP, and today I want to share about the CCS program basically, but I think is one of the program that we're doing in BP to make sure that our business is sustainable to the future, especially in terms of decarbonization and environment. So I guess the first slide, I think it's just what I want to share is that really, I mean, we all know energy is the key ingredient to growth. So if you look at that left chart there, so it's x-axis is GDP, the y-axis is energy consumption. It's a very linear trend, right? So I mean, as engineers, as scientists, we all know, right? So this is a very clear correlation. So, and this is why energy is really, really important. And I think globally, people talking about energy transition and all that, switching from oil and gas, from coal to renewables, but I think what the data is showing that actually we're right now, it's still energy addition phase. So we're not actually replacing the oil and gas. So if you look at the chart on the right, so that's a mixture of charts from IEA, from various independent studies. So you can see the oil and gas is still there for decades to come. I think the additional energy that we're getting from renewables is just because the demand is just much higher, right? With all the data centers and everything. This might change a bit, for example, in regions like Europe, for example, I guess over the past several years, but I think as we go on and as we looked at the presentation this morning, I think there's lots of issues on geopolitical and all that. So I think that has shifted the view a bit on energy transition to energy security and all that. So I think we really still need to think about how do we want to develop oil and gas, for example. So oil and gas is a decades-long industry. It's not instantaneous, so we need to invest because it's a long-term business. So next slide is on the CCS. So one of the big misconception, I guess, that I want to share is that people are talking CCS doesn't work, right? So if we looked at Australia, for example, I think Pak Tutuka shared this morning, you have an example from Gorgon, right? So I think what we're looking, I mean, luckily, so my portfolio includes Australia as well. So if you look at Australia media, people are always talking bad about Gorgon, right? So Gorgon is a failure, CCS failure and all that. But the fact is that Gorgon has stored more than 10 million tons of CO2, and CCS is the only effective decarbonization tool that we have right now in our disposal. And the left chart there shows, I mean, the bottom two bars there, the blue one and sorry, I forgot the legend here, but the blue one and the green one, these are the operational CCS and in construction CCS. So you can see from 2010 to 2024, now we're almost reaching 100 million ton per annum capacity, and with more to come, I think. But I think that's probably on the gray bar, and the blue is like waiting on funding and all that. But in construction and in operational, it's almost 100 million ton per annum capacity. So this is a proven technology, and I think with all the scenarios of energy transition, it all requires CCS. There is no energy transition scenario that doesn't have CCS in it, including for the net zero target, right? So, however, as I mentioned there, cost is a big challenge. It's a capital-intensive project, right? And I think on the technical side, we have all the bright minds in the oil and gas industry. We know how to make it work. We've been doing EOR since, decades. So we know how to inject fluids in the subsurface, right? The problem is on the policy developments and all that. So there's a lot of homework there still. But on the technical side, this is a proven technology. And in Asia Pacific, we're seeing that it's a big opportunity, right, for people in the Asia Pacific. So we are what we call in the right zip code. So we have Japan, Singapore, South Korea. So all is interested in doing cross-border CCS. They want to decarbonize. They want to export CO2. I think it was last week that our minister signed a cooperation with Singapore on cross-border CCS. So it's happening. It's slowly happening. But I guess to capture the momentum, I guess the country really need to speed up on this. Otherwise, we'll be losing to countries like Malaysia and Australia, who's jumping on the wagon faster than us. Okay, so what are we doing in Tangguh? So this is a picture of Tangguh. It's a massive facility. So now we have 3 LNG trains, and what I put there is a feeding the hungry train. So we're producing at 2,100 million scf a day production. So this is 1/3 of Indonesia gas production. So it's a massive facility located in the middle of nowhere in Papua. Right? It's a long journey for BP. It was discovered back in 90s, I suppose, with Oxy at that time. And it's a long story in Tangguh is that Oxy at that time, they were looking for oil. So when you look at the first and second, third well discovery, for all the geoscientists, if you read the end of well report, it's really interesting because actually they say they're disappointed to find gas, so because they were looking for oil. But I guess fast forward until 2009, so that we're starting production from the 2 trains, which has 1,400 million scf a day production. So it took years for gas to be marketable. And then from 2009 until 2023, we've been producing at full rate from 1,400 million scf a day. And then in 2023, we started up train 3, actually. So now ramping up production to 2,000 million scf a day production. So I say that it's an LNG monster. So what I said to my exploration team as well is that, you know what, with 2,100 million scf times 365, we need 800 BCF discovery per year to keep the train full. So it's really a massive project. And you can see that we are producing right now from 4 offshore platforms. And now we're sanctioning a new project called UCC. It's Ubadari, which is the Ubadari platform, which is 80 kilometers away, producing from 2 platforms, from 5 wells. And I guess what's relevant for this session is the EGR CO2 injection platform. Because what we found in the reservoir in Bintuni is that unfortunately it has a slightly higher CO2 content. So it's not as high as Natuna, it's not as high as the infamous D-alpha, but it's around, I think, 14%, 15% CO2 maximum. So, even just for the reservoir itself, we already emit 15% CO2, and 15% times 2,100 million scf is a huge number. And then to add on top of that the processing emission from the turbines and everything, from the turbo machinery for the onshore facilities, our emission is quite high. And during this decade, we are seeing actually, I was discussing this over lunch with my colleagues, is that our LNG buyers, so we're exporting this, so we're not only using the LNG for domestic market, but we're also exporting this to Japan, South Korea and all that, and they're already starting to care about what is the carbon content for the LNG. So we think hard, right? So there are many ways to decarbonize upstream. We're thinking about, so we're doing green completion, for example. So we don't flare after we drill a well, and we don't well test. So we just produce it to the LNG facility so that we don't flare from the platform, from the rig. And then, of course, we're trying to electrify the plant, so to make sure that we're not using the fuel gas. So there's a numerous method that we're doing to lower our carbon intensity. But one of the things that I think is more groundbreaking, I suppose, is the CCS project that we're doing. So fortunately, we have sanctioned the project. We have put a final investment decision last year for the CCS project. So that will decarbonize the whole upstream emission from the reservoir to begin with. So that's the EGR CO2 injection platform that we're right now constructing, and the target for first injection is 2029 or 2030. So for all the geoscientists and the engineers in the room, I guess, so how do we come to this point, right? So I think in Tangguh, when we think about CCS, I guess the number one is similar to Gorgon, right? Just to inject in the aquifer, right? But I think what the advantage of Tangguh is that it's a one big giant tank. So the field, the Forwata giant field is a one big giant tank. So unlike Pak Tovan was to deal with 12,000 wells, so for Forwata, for a 15 TCF field, I only have like 20 wells. So that's one well producing 150 million scf. So I think we think it's a great storage site. So we think that's because for CCS you want to think you will be able to, number one, you will be able to inject it. Number two, you will be able to store it safely, and number three, of course, you're confident that it will stay there forever. So we looked at Forwata, which is the giant field that we have been producing since 2009. We selected the Upper Roabiba sand. It's a very big sand. So if we overlay it to Jakarta map, it's actually it's just as big from Soekarno-Hatta to Bekasi. So it's a very giant field with a thickness of a Monas, actually. So it's a very very thick and connected tank. And then in terms of the seal, the cap rock, we are confident that we have a multiple sealing stratigraphy in Forwata. So we know for sure that it was able to hold the 15 TCF field for many, many years, right? So we're sure that if we start with a smaller phase of CO2 injection, then it will be able to hold it. So not a lot of fault that extend to the shallow bed, which is great. And then, of course, the porosity, the reservoir quality, it has enough porosity and permeability to make sure that we can inject it CO2 to the field. So, of course, to do this, I mean, any injection project will have their risk, right? So what we're doing here in this, what's unique about this project is actually this is not only CO2 injection, because I think as I mentioned upfront in the beginning, the main problem with CCS is the cost, right? So no one wants to pay, right? So and in Indonesia we don't have a working carbon credit mechanism. So unlike Europe, for example, and then there is no carbon tax, unlike Australia. So there's really no benefit of doing CCS other than decarbonizing your own upstream operation and future-proofing yourself. But what we are doing is that actually, if you look at that outline of the field there, so we actually inject the CO2 and the flank of the field, and by doing that, is actually we are pushing extra gas to the producer wells. So we're actually recovering extra incremental gas from the CO2, and then by doing that, we'll get incremental cash. We'll be able to pay for the projects even without carbon credit. So that's the plan. However, as I said, this is a crown jewel of Indonesia. I don't think SKK will be happy if we ruin the gas field. There's always a risk of if we're injecting a CO2 and then it will go straight to the producer, right? And then we'll go recycling and then we'll lose the gas production. So what we're doing is that we run a whole lot of simulation to understand these risks. So the three biggest risks that we highlighted is uncontrolled CO2 release, and then actually loss of reserves. We don't want to lose the the incremental gas that we initially promised to the government and to buyers, and then of course the low well injectivity. So yeah, we do a bunch of simulations considering all the subsurface risk. So actually my takeaway from doing the CCS project is actually this is more complicated compared to just producing the oil and gas, because when you produce, you just care about the reservoir, you produce it, done, right? But for this, you will have to understand your overburden, what's above your reservoir, you have to understand your underburden, and then you have to do a full description of the whole storage complex. You want to understand how your fault behave, how your rocks behave to the CO2, how will it impact your water, is it the right salinity and all that, and then geomechanics wise, I think Benny is the expert of geomechanics here, but I think there's an advantage of Forwata being a depleted reservoir that our pressure is already low, so that when we inject it, so there's a lot of things to work on and to analyze this. So it's actually more complicated than just producing hydrocarbon, but obviously it's an interesting challenge to have. So yeah, we're really looking forward. The drilling program is next year, and then we'll start injection in 2029. So yeah, so this is my last slide. So this is like a final schematic, I guess, if you want to look how the project is, how the project works. So so to put number 1 there. So it starts. So we produce the gas from Forwata. So that gas, if you remember, I said it's like has 15% CO2, and then it's already separated, and then it separated in the acid gas removal unit in the onshore plant. Because you need that anyway to convert it to LNG, because LNG you cannot accept impurities and all that. So that's why it's the easiest way to tap 100% CO2, right? So that's why the capture cost is low. I think in the morning, Pak Tutuka mentioned about coal and all that. The capture cost is expensive, but with LNG you already have a capture mechanism in the LNG plant. And then you inject back the concentrated CO2 after it's dried, of course, remove all the moisture, and then inject it back to the reservoir, and hopefully it will push more gas through the pressure maintenance scheme, and also mobilizing the trapped gas in the pore space. And then after this, so we think that we can do this as a first phase, right? Because you cannot just go big with a big capex capital investment. So we think this is the first phase. We will inject at 4 million tons per annum scale. And then after that, if CCS business takes off, we already have a CCS facility that's already paid for, right? And then the plan is if we have a business in the future, we can just add additional platform or even use the current well to inject more CO2 to Forwata, which is the big field that we're depleting anyway. So it's I think we're just trying to future-proof Tangguh. So that's mainly the whole plan, and create an opportunity for a big CCS hub in the eastern of Indonesia. So yeah, so that's it for me now, and I think yeah, looking forward for the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Raihan. Yeah, I think we all hear the same message from this morning sessions, that the industry understand what is the impact of carbon emissions, but it's not an easy job for us to shift and change our current operation, our upstream business into the renewable energy as a new future. And especially in Indonesia or maybe in Southeast Asia, where the infrastructures are still limited, and they still need a strong support from, for example, on the government and regulation part. So congratulations, at least it's a new start for BP. So we wish you all the wealth, all the good things for the successful implementation of CCS. And I think it's a very smart move, keeping the old business alive, gaining more production, while at the same time answering the business requirement. So congratulations. We hope to hear good news from BP in the next few years. Okay, so we hear both parties from Pertamina Hulu Rokan and BP, and we would like to hear now from SLB on the technology side, how the SLB position in anticipating the energy transition.
Being the last, one before the last is even more challenging for me, but if I can invite you to give a big round of applause for SPE Java Indonesia, I think they deserve it. I think they deserved it because I really enjoyed the conversation, Mas Rizky, in the past 2 days now, right? Yesterday and day before yesterday, this is what we need in Indonesia, right? To see everyone, all stakeholders, care about the future of our industry, about what the nation needs to fuel the economy as we move forward to where we want to be beyond 2050 or beyond 2060, when the country declared that we want to reach the net zero or even below zero for the years to come, right? It is a big challenge. Just to keep everyone's awake, I have a quiz. If you can just raise up your hand, if you know what graph is this, and I will give you one of the best VIP souvenirs from SLB. Can anyone guess what graph is this? Unless you are from SLB, I think you need to hold on yourself. Anyone? Let me just lower the bar. If anyone just raise up hand and then try to give any answers, then I will appreciate that. Yes. Mas Valen? No? Yes. It is the carbon emission of Indonesia. That's correct, right? So if we can go. So yes, Indonesia now emits about 700 million tons per year of CO2. When I download this data, what makes me surprised and interesting is that around 1945, the emission is nearly zero because the country is busy doing something else, right? And why this graph is important? Because if you then look at the pictures of the 700 million tons that we as a country emits annually, that is just a little less than 1% of what the global is currently emits. Let alone if you compare Indonesia with China, UK, or the US, I think we are much less than that. But then if you compare that with the surrounding neighbors like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, we are doubles than all of those countries, our neighboring countries. However, if you look at the per capita emissions, we are not as high as them, knowing that we have more than 270 millions now in the countries, right? So what does it mean for us? We do have our take, we have the responsibility to contribute, however small it is. Whatever BP and PHR is currently doing, Pertamina is also currently doing, will eventually contribute to the global initiative to decarbonize how we work, to reduce the emissions. We need more energy, that is super true, like Mas Raihan mentioned, where the trend of GDP with the amount of energy that is needed, if we were to grow at the economic growth that we aspire to be, President Prabowo said it's about 8%, if I'm not mistaken. And can you imagine how much energy is needed by the countries, right? So, number two, in SLB, we are proud that narrative of decarbonizing the way we work to to reduce the emission to net zero and then stay negative is embedded even in our logo. So that logo, if you see at the bottom left of your screen, that is actually the profile of the trend that we see and published by the IEA, the International Energy Agency, right? And that is what the meaning and the philosophy behind Schlumberger become SLB. So SLB is not the abbreviation of Schlumberger. SLB is just SLB. As a consequences of that, we put that into our logo that we want to be and to take an active part to decarbonize our industry. We know that the carbon budget to keep it below 1.5 degree is very challenging, and SLB as part of the global initiative, and we of course being operating in a number of countries, we want to be part of the conversations. At the same time, we understand that the magnitude of energy that we need will be doubled by 2050 if we were to grow at the rate that we are growing today as the world. Well, at the same time, SLB also understand that the way we operate needs to change. We need to do more with less carbon. So these are the dual challenges that we are now facing as a global community. And we in SLB have taken a bold step by saying that digital is one of the levers that we believe can help us to decarbonize the industry. We are talking about efficiency, we are talking about less people doing even more things. We are talking about integrating a multiple sets of data from multiple sources without, as Mas Tovan mentioned, having thousands of wells, such a complex operation in PHR, without the narrative of digital, I think it will be very, very challenging, right? So that is the meaning and the narrative behind the SLB logo. And if you look at the top left of the plot from IEA, there's a sharp drop in the emission. That is during the COVID-19 pandemic, right? So now, globally, we emit more than 50 gigatons of CO2. And that is coming from the hard-to-abate industries like cement, steel, and the energy sectors themselves. And that contributes to more than 30% of the global emission. In SLB, we have the framework to reduce this by setting a three-pronged approach: the measure, the plan, and the act. I'm going to go through this very briefly about what measure means, what plans means, and what act means, and going a little bit deeper on the act to connect with what BP is currently doing, on how we see CCS is also one of the key initiatives that SLB wants to take very seriously to inject our technology. And this morning, if you follow the discussion from Professor Tutuka Aryaji, he also mentioned that having CCS now in the picture is a good thing for those who have a background in geoscience and petroleum engineering, because the knowledge that we have overlap very significantly with how CCS is now being performed, although not 100%, but the knowledge of subsurface, the knowledge how we manage the injection, it's pretty much the same as we operating the E&P industry. Right? Now, on the measure, in SLB, we want to measure the emission, start from the source, from multiple assets, Raihan mentioned about the turbines and all of that facilities that also contribute on top of the 15% CO2 that is coming from the subsurface, right? So in SLB, we do have that, and we use digital technology to track from where the emission is coming, what is the magnitude, and when. And we do that in real time, and not only the direct emission, but also the indirect emissions that is coming from all of our operation. And to do this, if you look at the plot on the right, that is one of the example how we use, this can be coming from the satellite technology, drone. By the time we have something that is unusual emission, then we can detect that and take the appropriate action that is needed, right? Without really waiting too long until the emission reaches the level that is too high, that is beyond the capacity that we can carry. In order to do this, in SLB we follow a certain standard. Globally, the standard that is coming from the American Petroleum Institute is what we are referring to, and also the OGMP 2.0. So everything that we do on how we measure and what to measure and how we should report that follows the standard, the global standard that is implemented, I think, in a number of operators already. Second, if you can move to the plan, the measure will help us to know the baseline, how much emission we emit every day, having operating all the assets that we have. And that should set the standard of how we want to move forward. Business as usual, for instance, will give you the red band there on the plot. But then what we want, what we aspire to be, is to reduce the emission as low as possible, if not become zero, right? So the plan framework that we have in SLB will allow us to integrate as many data as possible, to plan where we can optimize, what to be optimized, and how we can optimize it using the digital data of AI and machine learning behind it. Secondly, anything that we do to reduce the emission should also align with the business case that we want to also achieve. As pointed out by Mas Raihan, of course, that we need more energy, but at the same time, we want to also make sure that the magnitude of emission that we emit become less than before. I think we cannot then forget about the business objective of why we are here and how we want to grow as a global community. The last thing is about the act. I think this is the most important elements from the three frameworks that SLB has. Allow me to dig deeper a bit on the act, on how we use the digital technology to understand the risk of the subsurface and what the country now, Indonesia, has, and the potential that Indonesia can put forward in order to help not only Indonesia but also the region to decarbonize the industry. Let me start from this. A different version of this slide, you saw it this morning from SKK Migas and also Pak Tutuka, that we, according to the recent release from ESDM, we have approximately about 600 gigatons of CO2 storage potential across Indonesia, from east to west, south to north. That is huge. That is coming from depleted oil and gas and also from the saline aquifer. But this is just a potential that will not be materialized without the strong support from the government. In the past 2 years, the government have been very supportive and active in supporting the whole ecosystem so that they can then materialize and push this agenda of decarbonization forward by releasing at least several regulations, the Minister of Energy Regulations number 2/2023, number 16/2024, and last December is the Presidential Regulation number 14/2024, including the guidelines coming from SKK Migas number 070 that detail on how the injection process should be conducted. In addition to those regulations and the guidelines, the countries have also adopted at least 4 international standards into the national standard, ISO. Right? And as we speak today, in Indonesia, in addition to what BP Tangguh has now doing, we have a total of 18 other studies, still at a very early stage across Indonesia, that have the potential to be executed as early as 2030 and also beyond. So if I can deep dive into at least the 2 regulations, what does it say about CCS and subsurface and digital? Right. If I were to take the presidential regulation number 14, 2024, and compare that with the international standard ISO number 27914, I can at least see 4 different frameworks on how we, as a geoscientist, I believe most of you here have a geoscience background, 4 framework on how our knowledge can become very relevant. 1 is when we discuss about the site characterization. 2 is about risk assessment, how to monitor and to verify the potential of CO2 leak. And last one is about how to mitigate the risk. Both presidential regulations and also the international standards says about the same thing, that the knowledge that we have about subsurface that we have been using to produce hydrocarbons all this while can be repurposed to understand the behavior of the subsurface. The same simulator is used. But now, the different mindset needs to be embraced. When we deal about the E&P, the mindset is of course to have a gain, right? More production, more gas, more oil. But when it comes to CCS, a different hat has to be wear. That is hat about understanding the risk. Because according to the regulation, those who are injecting CO2 will still be responsible for any risk 10 years after the injection stop. They are still, the liability still belongs to the operators who inject the CO2 10 years afterwards. So, in SLB, we are proud that we have a single platform, digital platform, to allow us to identify, estimate, and understand the risk that is associated with the subsurface. Mas Raihan shows a very good example about how the uncertainty that we have can potentially give us a different strategy on how we should inject. In SLB, we at least try to combine these 3 levels of data, that data that have excellent lateral resolution that is coming from seismic, for instance, data that have a good vertical resolution that is coming from log data, for instance, and the last one is, of course, the core data, really taking the samples from the subsurface. Combining all of these data into a single platform becomes very important because that ensures the integrity of your data, make sure that you have a collective workflows to achieve the ultimate goal of understanding the subsurface. The platform that we have called Petrel is not only allow us to model, to understand the framework, to understand the storage capacity and behavior that we have at the subsurface, but also to simulate the behavior. Remember, when you inject something, you change the dynamics of the subsurface. So as a result of that dynamics, we can at least identify 4 different phenomena associated to the risk. Number 1 is the inflation or the ground movement, the heave of the surface as a result of you injecting or us injecting another thing to the pore space, right? The ground will move up. Second is about the potential movement, unwanted movement of any geological features, like Mas Raihan mentioned. What about the faults? What about the fractures that is initially closed because you inject something, it becomes open. If it's open, then you unplan create a pathways for the CO2 to go to the surface. And also at the wellbore scale, we want to not only model but simulate what will happen at the wellbore scale when you inject the CO2, the reaction that the CO2 has with the rocks, or the behavior of the casings of the rock surrounding because you inject CO2. So we want to understand that. And lastly is about the uncertainty. Unfortunately, as a geoscientist, we have to deal with something that we'll never see. As a result of that, we have to deal with uncertainty depending on how we measure, on how we understand the subsurface. So all of that is combined into a single platform that we have in SLBO. The time is up. Let me just give you one example. This is an example that we published 2 years ago during the IPA to see the evolutions of pore pressure and the evolution of ground movement at the surface and also at the top of reservoir. On your right is the scenario of potential risks associated with the damage of the rock surrounding the wellbore. If I can just take 2 more minutes, Mas Raihan and Mas Taufan, let me just finish this. So the ultimate questions that we have now is that as a global community, are we ready to progress with all of these challenges? We know that we need more energy, but with less carbon. We want to achieve the goals of today's in our lifetime, but at the same time, we cannot be too selfish and compromise the next generation. They need to also achieve what they want to achieve later. Right? So we need to put our thinking forward on how we should manage all of these resources that we have today. In SLB, we believe in these 3 prongs. We understand that digital is very important, but with digital only, it will not be possible. We need collaboration. And with the technology and collaboration across the among the stakeholders, it will be difficult without the mindset change. And that is the reason why the SPE Java events today, yesterday, and day before yesterday, and even before that, is something that we need to celebrate, because the conversation that we have is not only among the industry, but also you see students here, you see professional associations here, and those are the same stakeholders that needs to be involved in any conversation about the energy and how we should think about the sustainability of the energy business moving forward. As a closing remark, then, technology is there. The challenge, we understand it. The risk, we understand it. But what we need to think, all of this is beyond just technology adoption. The hardest way is to really put all of this into implementation and understand that a mindset change sometimes is what blocks us to move forward. And I think this is where the role of SPE Java becomes very important, to connect what the university, as Pak Aji mentioned this morning, have on the research areas and what the industry aspire to achieve moving forward. What I can say, SPE Java in the last 3 days have positioned yourself very beautifully to connect the 2 stakeholders between the academics and also the industry. And I think that is what we need to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Beli Benih. I think the keynotes that we have is digital is really important. Definitely, the technology does not only influence the technical part, but also help us in mitigating the business and also even safety operations risks. And I think some of the key part of your closing statement, that innovation is no longer an option. We need to move forward, we need to evolve, and it's also important for us to realize that the development is not only on the infrastructure side, but also the human part. Because after all, it is a machine learning, it is us humans who actually design and dictate the machine. Okay, so I think we will move forward to the next part of Q&A. Before I'm giving the Q&A opportunity to the floor, I have some questions. I think it's amazing that even though this is the first time I met all of you, I have some past story with Sambujay. I had my vacation training in One Line. I had worked for BP for 7 years. I visited IODSC for learning. So somehow ada benang merahnya. I think my first question is to Pak Tovan. I had a wonderful, if I look at your last presentation about how data management, AI really helps, I actually have the same experience as well. I have the privilege to work with excellent data management that owned by Pertamina Hulu Sanga. It helps us managing like the 6,000 reservoirs deltaic environment. I can have the material balance data. Whenever I want to build material balance, I can have it in a snap of a finger. So I try to replicate it in the other business unit of Pertamina. And based on the Divine Tor, it will take 2 years to migrate, to build an integrated system between subsurface and productions. So we may not have the same level of readiness in terms of data and digital business. What is your advice, especially for mature asset with juggling between business priority, operation, while at the same time trying to elope to the new future? If you have any advice, does it worth it? Any strategy?
Yeah, thank you, Bu Christine. So this is talking about the AI or digital innovation related, right? So what we have right now in ROCAN, in PHR, is not instantaneous, happen right away, right? There's some learning, so kind of flashback, maybe in 2010, something like that. So when we start with the IODSC, you mentioned that Integrated Optimization Decision Support Center. So now we evolve with the Prime, we call it Prime. So at the time we see the opportunity because we have a large data, large operation. So that's kind of trigger. So the first thing that we need to have is the needs, right? We need to understand what is the value that will be delivered by this AI. So that's something that kind of, as a first motivation. So instead of waiting something's ready, 100%, so we start with, okay, let's try. We need to start it, basically.
Okay.
Don't wait until we have there's no 100% ideal condition, basically, right? So there's evolution. It's always a learning journey, basically.
Okay.
So for the ones that still have opportunity to apply AI or digital innovation, I think it's better to start it based on what the demand that you have. Don't wait. I think I see, like Raihan mentioned, there's a lot of young people here, so it must be know about the Iron Man movies, right? So what is the Iron Man quote there? Sometimes you have to run before you can walk.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that correct? So meaning, don't afraid to start, right? Even you have to run before you can walk. So there's something, even right now, you have a lot of examples. You can have, at the time, back in 2010, there's no many available technology or innovation that we can adopt quickly. So we have start from the scratch. We have to build our own version, but now it's available.
Okay.
We have many options, like Ibu Uni mentioned this morning about, this is like a warung padang. So we can pick and choose which one is appropriate for us. So take that advantage so you can start right away. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. You want to add anything, Mas Benny, or Mas? Maybe you have some experience that actually show that it is possible. Well.
Yeah, from SLB perspective, I want to say that the the access and availability of safe space for someone or groups to try something new is very important to nurture and to cultivate the digital mindset. I think that is very important because you have to start very early, you have to fail, and you have to learn fast, and then you try again. I think that is the mindset. If I can then refer to one of the articles from a leading consultant, it says that, most of the geoscientists, when this AI, ML came into the conversation, was what's left for us if everything will be done by AI. If you look at the SLB booth, it will picking thousands of faults can be done by AI in just a flick of a finger. What's left for us? I think the narrative is not about machine is going to replace human, but human without AI will be replaced by those who use AI. And that at individual levels, that is what happened. But if we were to take that at corporate levels, like what PSR is doing, for example, they are the early adopters of digital. And the competition becomes very relevant at individual levels or at corporate levels. Any organization that does not embrace digital or AI will soon to be replaced by those who work very efficiently with the deployment of digital technology. That is the challenge, right? You have to be agile enough, have enough sufficient space for you to fail, but not to jeopardize the whole operation, but yet you can innovate and try to find something new while still operating and deliver the objective.
Okay, yeah.
Just a short one from me, I guess, on data. I think number one is discipline.
Yes.
So I think that's my mantra to the team. It's like you cannot have a lack of discipline in terms of data. Like I remember several times, we have to drill new wells or take new data just because we lost the old one. I mean, this is even before utilizing it for digital. And now, I guess, with digital, with Copilot now and everything, you have, if you have your data stored diligently, and it will, increase your productivity tenfold. But there's no replacement for discipline.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's also what I experienced, because at that time Pertamina Hulu Sanga Sanga has a dedicated petroleum technical data management team, and definitely discipline. Every time we have a new well, nobody store data in their own computer, but it's always in the system. Okay, so maybe the next question to Pak Raihan. I hear your story and what is maybe the major constraint. Some of it may be the economics, or do you have any other challenge that you face, and what is actually the next level after you've done a successful projects? Now, what is the future for BP?
So in terms of CCS, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So as I mentioned in the presentation, number one is people, right? So I think we have to have good geoscientists, we have to have good engineers to make this work. And in terms of experience, right now actually we're seeing difficulties in finding good experienced people, and it starts from the interest of young engineers, young geoscientists to make CCS work. So that's already a crisis in Europe, for example. It's very difficult to find people who's interested in this. I think everybody is heard about the closing down of petroleum engineering majors in some of the universities and all that. So I think that's a real problem, right? And I think, but as Indonesian, I think we really need to capitalize that, right? So we have a bright future ahead of us. So I guess for the younger people here, stay interested, stay curious with the geoscience and engineering. And then the second one is on CCS will be, as I mentioned, it's about cost, it's about economics. I think for oil and gas it's easy, right? So we need this for energy and all that. But for in terms of in Asia Pacific, for example, it's not a lot that there's not a lot of demand for CCS at the moment, especially in Indonesia. So cost is a big barrier. So what we are doing in Tangguh, for example, is just the target is not even making money on this EGR project. The target is actually just to break even.
Okay.
Right? It's just to break even and be ready with the facility when the economics is much more favorable. And at the same time now we're not lobbying, but approaching the government and not only our Indonesia government, but also foreign government like the Japanese, the South Korea, and I think we need to connect them up. We really need to make this business bigger, and connecting the Japanese and South Koreans who wants to pay, and Indonesia who has the storage, and so I think that's the approach that we're doing. But to reach that point, we need a very clear regulation. We need a very clear incentive mechanism, not only on the storage side, also on the transport side. And then if we have carbon credits, who can claim the carbon credits, and then who can store the CO2, whether it's domestic or international emitter. So there's a lot of conversation to be have, and we're, I think, progressing small steps. But as I said, it needs to be faster.
Okay. And I think representing Pertamina, I would like again to promote our integrated business. So partnership with Pertamina definitely welcome for the next carbon
We're exploring that
project.
as well.
Okay. So maybe my last question for Mas Benny. You mentioned early in your first slide how Indonesia has a vast storage capacity, and how low carbon business have a huge opportunity. Does it impact the way Schlumberger run the business? Is there any certain or different approach SLB taken to accommodate Indonesia market?
Unique to Indonesia market, there's nothing different with how we approach other market outside of Indonesia. But if you look at SLB portfolio in the past 2 years, we are already very strong for the subsurface data acquisition, for example, the wireline, the drilling and measurements. But in the past 2 years, since the announcement of the new philosophy of Schlumberger into SLB, and we then strengthen our positioning in the context of CCS, for instance, is on the capture. So we do partners now with and have Aker Carbon to then complete the cycle of CCS, not only on the storage but also on the capturing side. SLB don't really spend that much of the investment on the transport, except for digital. Most of our digital platform and software allow us to track and to simulate all of these emissions from the capturing, transport until the storage, and how we can optimize that. And that's unique to Indonesia. I think I need to refer to one of the article again, that doing CCS is not the same as reverse gas engineering, right? I think we need to agree on that. When you learn about producing gas, then you cannot then claim that it's just re-injecting it back. It is the thermodynamic is different, the physics is different, the chemistry is different, and all of these phenomena is different. So the challenge probably, I think I want to connect that with the narrative that Pak Tutuka mentioned this morning. Moving forward, I think we need to see CCS as a new playground for those with geoscience background. Okay. And that I fully agree with Mas Raihan that the core knowledge will remain important. Those who have geology background, geophysics background, reservoir engineering background, the narrative of CCS is the next thing that you can think of moving forward. And again, it is a complete different game, complete different knowledge, and completely different expertise, I would say. And the supply chain of CCS is even more complex than the upstream oil and gas, like Pak Raihan mentioned. The regulations on the economics, financing, on the risk management, I think there's a lot of things that is probably in Indonesia not as major as elsewhere outside of Indonesia. And I think that is the homework for all of us, including SPE Java, right? Not only the industry, not only Pak Tutuka who prepare the talent for the industry, but this is where the professional association will have to be brave enough. I'm not only finger pointing to SPE Java, but us, all of us, as part of the many professional association members, to be bold enough to understand what the industry need and the readiness of the talent to be absorbed one day by the BP, PHR, PHE, and SHU, for instance. I think that is massive effort that is needed for the country, I think, Mbak Christine.
Okay, so the business opportunity are huge, and SLB definitely agile enough to capture those, to seize the business opportunity. Okay, do we still have time for one more question, perhaps from the audience? Maybe I give the floor for one or two questions.
More prize from Blue Benny.
Maybe for Pak Benny.
That's good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Afaf. I'm a sixth semester electrical engineering student at Universitas Indonesia, and I'm kind of new into the oil and gas realm of the world, so I still don't understand many things. But today I'm particularly interested in Pak Raihan's presentation and your statement about the challenges of CCS in Indonesia. So you mentioned that from the technical side of things, it is a proven technology, but the regulatory requirements, mostly the non-technical side of things like carbon tax, carbon credits, yada, 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 it hinders the development of CCS in Indonesia. Now, not that I beg to differ, but I'm really curious. Isn't it also right if we say that the advancement rate of CCS technology is not like fast enough to make it cheaper, make it make sense to implement it without worrying about the non-technical aspect, the non-technical benefits of it, like the carbon tax and all that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so as I said, the technical, I'm not saying that the technical is easy, right? So of course it's challenging and all that, but that's what makes it interesting, right? For people like us, the engineers, the geoscientists and all that. So, and what you said on the non-technical stuff is, so what makes it work is that everything needs to be aligned. The stars needs to be aligned, right? So as I mentioned on Tangguh, for example, it's located in Papua. We think that it's the right zip code because, you know what, it's close to Japan, it's close to South Korea. So I have another CCS project in Australia, but the problem is it takes twice the journey, right? So location matters. And then the other one, as I mentioned on the technical, for example, Taufan have 12,000 wells. That will not be feasible for CCS. There's a lot of potential leakage and all that. But for me, for example, I only have 15 wells or 20 wells. Then it makes it less probable for leaking. It's much safer and all that. So everything needs to be aligned, right? And it's our role to align all that to make it work. And in terms of cost, that's where our contribution is also important. So, for example, in my team in subsurface, how we can make it work with less wells, for example, to make it more economic. Like we are planning for a 4 million ton per annum injection. So do I need to invest for 2 wells? Do I need to invest for 10 wells? For example, can we do a smart thing with our completion to make sure that we achieve the injectivity? So if we can use, if we can have higher injectivity, then we can lower the well cost, hence the lower capital expenditure, hence the project to be more economic. So everything needs to be worked together. And in terms of the surface facilities, in terms of the injection platform, for example, can we work with our local suppliers to make sure that it's a fit-for-purpose platform with the right cost, the lowest cost possible, while still managing to be safe operation. And then the pipeline. So there's a lot of conversation about we need to use a CRA, corrosion-resistant alloy pipeline, which is 3 times the price of carbon steel, for example. So we need to think about, okay, so how big of a CO2 profile, injection profile that we're thinking about? Can we live with a thick enough carbon steel pipeline, for example, instead of the CRA pipeline? So this requires this engineering ingenuity, I suppose, and that's where the challenge is. And then on the non-technical side, it's also tricky, right? So we talk about the domestic and international carbon credit claim. Who can claim it first? I mean, we know that the domestic purchasing power for carbon, for example, is still low. We discussed this over lunch. Start with the international emitter first, and then so all needs to work together, right? So all needs to work together, and Benny mentioned on the capture side. Capture side now is the most expensive part of carbon capture. So what are the advances in that? So we need to work together as a business. We know we can make storage work. We know now we can ship CO2, although there's no standardized yet on the pressure and the type and everything. And then we're working on the capture, and then we're working on the non-technical stuff. So this is an exciting business that probably if you remember the history on LNG, LNG was not a thing many years ago, and people just, you know what, we cannot commercialize this gas that we found. And then I think it was the Japanese that think, okay, you know what, we can compress it, turn it into liquid, and then ship it. So I think this is very similar to LNG in the premature era, but everything needs to work together, and this is really our role to make it work. So yeah, that's my comment.
Yeah, but I think the encouraging part is, I think we have to remember the great history that we have. Bontang is one of the largest LNG in Asia, and we started, I think, around 1968, 1970. So, I mean, it may be a good start for Indonesia as well, embarking the new journey of low carbon.
Somebody needs to start this, so it's not only omon.
Yes. And I'm really happy to see how BP embrace taking the ownership to make things work, like the way you say how to improve the designs and reducing the cost. Okay, so maybe one more questions, or is about, okay, please.
Thank you, moderator, for taking my question. I'd like to, could I address this question to Mr. Raihan? You mentioned in your presentation, you put on the screen, energy is the key ingredient for growth. Is it, I'm asking you, is it energy or innovation that driven the growth? Because given the fact that economists that won Nobel Prize winner Maskin said that innovation is driven the growth. I think it's related to last presentation also from Mr. Gusti, right? And my second question that is to Mr. Gusti, did you encounter that the regulation when it comes to CCS here in place, does it encourage or discourage the investment here in the country when it comes to CCS? Could you both fill me in on that? Thank you.
I'll start. Thank you for the question. But I think energy, of course, is just one component of growth, right? But I guess what I found startling is that that very linear relationship of energy consumption and growth. And I fully agree with you. I mean, innovation is really, I think, one of the other key driver. And I think in terms of energy efficiency and transition and innovation in how you consume the energy. So it's not only energy consumption, but energy consumption intensity. I think that will also help energy transition. How you can use the same amount of energy but produce more stuff, basically. I mean, that will also help growth, right? But as I said, it's one component of growth, but fully agree with you. But the next one is
Yeah, I think I'm going to give a very a brief answer on this. In the past 2 years, I have to say that the regulation when it comes to CCS, it is indeed motivates us to see how fast the government put in place so many regulations within just 2 years to adopt international standards, within just 2 years. I think that is encouraging. The fact that we have now 19 ongoing CCS projects in the pipeline that need to be regulated, I think, by the government. And yes, but it is very, very encouraging to see how the government address this very quickly within just 2 years, if not less than 3 years.
Okay. Do you have anything to add, Pak Taufan? Okay, so I think this is quite interesting conversation. We see how the effort given by our current operation in upstream business, trying to maximize the value, trying to continue the production, that being the backbone of Indonesia economy and growth. The evolving technology, the new implementation of CCS, and hopefully it's something something useful for us to learn as well, that it's not the end of the story. I mean, we still have a long way to go, especially for the young engineers, a huge room to develop, a huge room to grow as well. Okay, thank you. I think I would like to hand it over to the committee.
Thank you very much to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Christine Lorita Wowor, and to all of our distinguished panelists to the insightful and thought-provoking discussion. We kindly ask for our moderator and panelists to remain on stage as we will now proceed to the memento presentation as a token of appreciation for your valuable contributions. This memento will be presented by Annual Energy Symposium 2025 Project Manager, Mr. Arif Pranoto. We also invite our event documentation team to get ready as we will follow with a photo session on stage.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please wait for a moment as we remove the table. All right, 3, 2, 1. And for Miss Christine Lorita Wawa. Three, two, one. All right, may we kindly ask all of the panelists to gather at the center of the stage as we will begin the group photo session. All right. Let's commemorate this inspiring morning on my count. 3, 2, 1. Smile. All right. Thank you very much to all the panelists and Mr. Arif. And we now kindly invite our moderator to return to their seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the more interactive part of our program. It's time for quiz session. This will be a fun and engaging way to test how much we've absorbed from today's discussions. And of course, there are prizes waiting for the fastest and most accurate participants. Dear operator, you may please present the Slido. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to join the quiz, please take out your phones and scan the QR code displayed on the screen. Alternatively, you may also visit www.slido.com and enter the event code shown. Once you've joined, please get ready. The questions will appear on your screen, and you'll need to answer quickly and accurately to climb to the top of the leaderboard. There will be exciting prizes waiting for our top scorers, so make sure you stay sharp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will wait for a few minutes for all the participants to join the quiz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will wait for another 1 minute until we start the quiz session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will start the quiz session. So, we have now our first question. Who usually attends the annual energy symposium? Is it A, only UI students, B, high school students and artists, C, professional students, researchers and industry leaders, or D, government officials only? Alright, So the answer is professional students, researchers, and industry leaders. Congratulations, all of you. Actually, answers the correct answer. Moving on, for the second questions we have, what is the main purpose of the Annual Energy Symposium AES? Is it A, to showcase students' arts and culture, B, to explore innovations and challenges in the energy sector, C, to share the most funds to IT companies, or D, to announce government energy policies only? So the answer is B. We move on to the third question. Which of the following is a likely outcome of joining the AAS as student volunteer as participants? So we have 8 seconds left for you all to answer the question. And yep, the answer is C. Unfortunately, 2% of you answered the incorrect question. And we will move on to the next question. Which online platform is used by SPE members to access technical papers and publications? Is it A, SPE e-library, B, One Petro, C, Oil Tech Base, or D, SPE Research Portal? Alright, it is unfortunate that most of you actually answered the correct answer, which is One Petro. We will now move on to the next question. So, what is the name of SPE Global Student Competition that tests technology knowledge in a quiz HAL format? Is it A, Petro Bowl, B, Drill Off, C, Tech Battle, or D, Geo Quiz? I believe most of the students here know the answer. Oh, yep. And is it A, the Petro Bowl? And for the next question, who is the current president of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE, for 2025? Hopefully you all here can answer the correct answer. Five seconds left. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so the correct answer is B, Terry Palish. Next, where is SPE headquarters? Is it A, London, UK, B, Dubai, C, Richardson's, or D, Ottawa, Canada? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so the correct answer is C, Richardson, Texas, USA. Now, SPE Java sections belong to which global SPE region? Is it A, Europe, B, Middle East, C, Asia Pacific, or D, Africa? Alright, the answer is C, Asia Pacific. And now, move on to the next question. Alright, unfortunately, it is the last question. We would like to congratulate the first, NRA, second, Hohoy, 3, Medi. Alright, for all the winners, you may please come forward to the MC table to grant your prize. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you all again, for all the winners, you may later on come to the MC table to grant your prize. And now that wraps our quiz session, and it is indeed have been an amazing, wonderful experience of the quiz. And now we would like to continue with highly anticipated sessions of today's Symposium, the Leadership Talk. This session carries the theme Navigating Your Professional Development at the Crossroads of the Energy Transitions. As the energy landscape evolves toward decarbonizations, digitalizations, and diversifications, professionals are increasingly expected to adapt, lead, and thrive amid uncertainty. This session will offer valuable insight on how to position yourself for growth and relevance in a fast-changing industry, especially for young professionals seeking clarity in their career directions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite our moderator, Miss Anissa Widiasai, to come to the stage.
Check. Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, and we will now continue with a highly anticipated session of today's symposium, the Leadership Talk. This session carries the theme Navigating Your Professional Development at the Crossroads of the Energy Transitions. As the energy landscapes evolves toward decarbonization, digitalization, and diversification, professionals are increasingly expected to adapt, lead, thrive, amid uncertainty. This session will offer valuable insight on how to position yourself for growth and relevance in a fast-changing industry, especially for young professionals seeking clarity in their career direction. I will get this session as the moderator, but before we begin, I would like to invite all the students. You could move forward and fill this table at the front, because today we will have a special announcement right after this session for probably hiring opportunity. So if you could move your way forward, please welcome and fill up the front seats. Yes. Anyone? You could be closer to our speaker. Thank you. So we are honored to have with us Mr. Wisnu Bahriansyah, Director of HC and Corporate Service at Pertamina Hulu Energi, who will be sharing his personal journey and leadership insight with us. Mr. Wisnu Bahriansyah, Director of Human Capital and Corporate Services at Pertamina Hulu Energi, with a background in civil engineering from ITB and an MBA from IMD Switzerland. Mr. Wisnu brings extensive leadership experience across Pertamina Group, including roles in property management, corporate governance, and legal affairs. We are honored to have him share his insights with us today. Please welcome Mr. Wisnu Bahriansyah. Thank you. Take it away, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see a lot of students here, and also some professionals from the oil and gas industry in Indonesia. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wisnu Bahriansyah, Director for Human Capital and Corporate Services with PhD or Pertamina Hulu Energy. Corporate services here means that in Pertamina's internal group, corporate services is IT and supply chain management. But this afternoon I would like to talk more about human capital, especially talent development. see a lot of students here. Hopefully this will be beneficial for you in determining or choosing your career later. What I would like to share this afternoon is how we in PHE develop our talents and how we maintain our talents competence, our talents leadership, and our talents global outreach to be able to compete with other oil and gas companies both in Indonesia and internationally. But before we do that, I would like to introduce who we are, who is PHE or Pertamina Hulu Energy. We are one of the subholding with Pertamina. We are the coordinator for Pertamina's upstream operation. Upstream operation meaning you get the oil from the ground up above the ground, both oil and both crude oil and natural gas. If you look at the chart here, if you look at the chart over there, the one at the top left, that shows our production, our oil and gas production. We aspire to increase our production from 2025 from 419,000 barrels per day to 469,000 barrels per day in 2029. How we are doing that is we are doing a lot of hopefully you can see it. All right. So how we are doing this is we put a lot of research and we put together a drilling program. This is our current drilling program from 2025 to 2029. Just to let you know that we are now the biggest producer in Indonesia. We manage 69% of Indonesian national production of oil and 37% of gas production in Indonesia. We are operating both in Indonesia and internationally. In Indonesia, we divide our operation into 4 regions. Region 1 in Sumatra, Region 2 in Java, Region 3 in Kalimantan, Region 4 in East Java and East Indonesia, and we have Region 5 overseas, operating in 11 countries all over the world. In 2024, we completed 821 development drillings, 981 workover, 36,000 well intervention, a lot of enhanced oil recovery program, 556,000 barrel oil per day, 2.8 billion cubic feet of gas production, and most importantly, we are employing 13,600 talent, and 100% of our talent is Indonesian. A lot of awards that we achieved in 2024, and continuing the discussion from our previous speakers, we are aspiring to provide or to acquire 7.3 gigaton of capacity for carbon capture by the year of 2030. How we are doing this is we have this what we call an upstream strategic directive. Basically, we have 3 pillars. One is how we can secure energy security, the blue one over there, and then energy transition, meaning transitioning to a greener energy. What we are currently doing is we are utilizing more gas, and we are increasing our effort on decarbonization, and we are building new businesses. How we are doing is this 12
plus one work stream. These all work streams are technical and operational. You have heard from this morning that production is important, exploration is important, carbon capture is important, but I'm trying to talk this afternoon is the most important thing of all, which is people. What we are doing for people is we develop people internally within PHE. How we are doing this is we have a upstream academy here with a global talent program, leadership program, overseas training, with and then with specific training dedicated to special or specific subjects. What have we acquired so far is that we are now getting the ESG rating of BBB within the oil and gas industry. And this is a very good achievement for us. We are currently ranked 11 in the whole world or the worldwide oil and gas industry. Out of 281 companies, we are ranked 11, meaning that we are in the top 4% on the ESG rating or ESG scale. 60% of our investor is focusing on ESG. That is why we are trying to get a good ESG rating. How we are doing that is we develop our most important asset, meaning that we develop our own people. How we are developing it? Let me get this displayed all over there. Okay. So how we develop our people, we have a program and we modify or we update our program based on 4 triggers on the left. If we have a gap to the current or future position, or if there is a change in regulation, or if there are new technology that needs to be implemented, or if there are a difference or a change in business need, then we change or modify our development program. How we are implementing it is we divide it into 3, the one in the middle. We spend or we require or we ask our talents, our people to spend their time, 10% of their time for self-development, meaning they individually self-study and self-training, and then 20% of their time to develop through others, meaning they develop their own subordinates or they ask their superiors to develop them through training. But 70% of our time, the bulk of our time, we develop through experiential learning, meaning it's on-the-job training, special assignment, special project, special task force, and we rotate our talent from one functions to another. And then we modify, we monitor the implementation and make changes as necessary. On our development framework, so we have what we call an upstream academy, and we divide it into 3 pillars. One is for technical development, we call it update, and leadership development, we call it uplift, and the global development, we call it upgrade. You see that there are the green boxes and the blue boxes over there. The green boxes is the one corporate trainings, corporate developments program that we have with our parent company Pertamina. The one in blue are the program development that we develop specifically for PHE or Pertamina Hulu Energy. When do we start developing our talent? It's 6 months before they become our employee. That is why the yellow one over there said pre-employment training. So what we are doing now is Okay. This is one part of the training, what we call a pre-employment training. Basically, if you join our company, PHE, we develop you 6 months prior to your employment. We provide trainings, nationalism trainings. We provide basic and corporate knowledge training. We provide health safety training, leadership, and on-the-job training. This is to close the gap between what you have or between what you get from your university, your campus, to what we require in the field. For example, I don't think you will get an HSSE or health and safety education or special training on education on your campus, or I don't think you will get a special curriculum on drilling. Those things we need to develop ourselves, and we will provide it to you. Once you are inside a PHE, we will put you through what we call Upstream Academy. And this is a competency-based training. It is standardized, so whether you are in Sumatra or whether you are in Irian Jaya or whether you are in Pertamina Drilling, you will get similar or standardized training. And this is integrated. For 2024 and beyond, we do have a special program looking outside, and we are providing our talents with contemporary needs. For example, in 2024, we have merger and acquisitions training. We have carbon capture and storage. This year and next year, we will provide specific deep water and drilling and well intervention training to all our talents. And starting next year, we are providing enhanced oil recovery and MNK is migas, non-conventional or unconventional oil. These trainings we provide so that all of our talents is up to date with all the technologies, all the techniques, all the philosophy that they need to complete their operations. For carbon capture, this is what we are doing. We provide specific training for geoscience, reservoir and production, drilling and well interventions, and process and facilities. Of course, we are also providing general training and mentoring and project assessment. Same case with merger and acquisition. We provide specific areas for merger and acquisition in North America, Latin America, Middle East, and Asia. And in those 4 areas, we provide training in business development, human capital, finance, and risk management. Those are for the technical training. We not only provide a technical training, but we also provide leadership and development training. The training that we provide is on the left, the blue, red, and green one. The red one in the middle is mandatory, so you will have to go through those training as you progress through your career within PHE. But you can also enroll on the blue ones on the left. That's the trainings that will enhance your capabilities within the company. And if you want to also further or enrich your knowledge, you can elect to have the green trainings on the right. And the last one is we provide a global talent readiness, because Pertamina is not only operating in Indonesia, we operate in several countries outside of the country. Why we are providing these talents is so that our talent is ready to compete, is ready to be stationed, and is ready to interact with their global partners or their global peers, not only within Pertamina. There are language preparation, cultural familiarization, global readiness course, global immersion, on-the-job training, and international alignment. These are the details for the global trainers readiness program, language proficiency, culture familiarization, and global readiness course. I think that is all that I want to convey to you this afternoon. However, I think most of you will also like, as Mbak Anissa mentioned, we are continuously recruiting in PHE. You can go to the website recruitment.pertamina.com. You can create an account there, provide your name, email address, and phone number, and then you can, if you haven't done so already, you can put your CV, your GPA, and the functions that you prefer to go to. We don't have an open recruitment. What we are doing is a closed recruitment, meaning that we go to campuses, we provide a booth or a desk so that you can apply there. Unfortunately, for 2025, we are now at 90% progress, so we don't have a lot of recruitment opportunity left for 2025. Maybe the remaining 10% is about 120 or 150 positions. But in September or October, we will be starting recruiting for 2026. So keep a lookout on your campuses, not only in Jakarta, but also in Jogja, Palembang, Surabaya, Balikpapan, Samarinda, Banjarmasin, and Makassar. We usually go to campuses starting September or October, so that we can have a quote-unquote a job fair for you. I guess that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisnu. So we got the first-hand insights on how Pertamina help and train the future leaders, and how Pertamina prepare the talent, not just for the job today, but for the energy challenges of tomorrow. So the challenges are complex, but so are the opportunities. Am I right, sir? Okay, so we have a lot of curious minds over here. I'm sure there are a lot of students who would like to ask you questions. So for this Q&A session, we will open for 3 questions. So if you would like to have this opportunity, please raise your hands for 3 questions only. Okay, 1, 2 more, 2, last one. Anyone? Okay, so we will open for 2 questions, sir, and then we can continue the discussion after. Sorry, you were, okay, so we have 3 questions. So for the first question, sir.
Hello, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Bintang Tita. You can call me Bintang. I'm a third year student, so I'm in my 6th semester. I study mechanical engineering in Bandung Institute of Technology. So I have a quite keen interest on not only renewable energy, but also let's say like the carbon capture, storage, and many other technology revolving the energy sector. But the thing is that there's a lot of I'd say uncertainties about the technology of in this specific sector. So for example, in geothermal, it has its own technology. In carbon capture, it has its own technology, and solar energy. So I feel like for this development in the energy sector, there's a lot to learn. And when there's a lot to learn in a specific sector, it means that we need to determine the direction on what we need to learn. And I think that is, I'd say, become one of my overthinking, especially I'm a final year student, closely a final year student. So my question is that, as a student, what approach do you think I should take in order to give like real contribution that is scalable? Thank you so much.
Pak Muhammad, do you mean on CCS?
No. So, like, do you think I should approach on studying CCS first, or maybe another technology, something that can actually give like real contribution and that is scalable?
Okay, and you are petroleum engineering student?
I'm a mechanical engineering student.
Mechanical,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. I think I'll just answer this before going to the next question so that I don't forget your question, Pak Muhammad. All right, I don't think I can answer that in a very general way. My answer will be based on my profession as an oil and gas practitioner, right? So I guess the answer to that is it's gonna be a generic answer, but just follow your passion. I think that's my answer. Why is that? Is that you need to have passion for something that you do, and the rest will follow. If you don't like what you are doing, you won't be successful. Even if for example, if you are a singer, you can only be successful if you like singing. If you are a runner, you can only be successful if you like running, because running or singing, it takes a lot of practice. If you are a mechanical engineer and if you want to pursue a career in oil and gas, for example, if that's your passion, go with it. On the other hand, if you worry about whether the oil and gas industry is a sunset industry, meaning that you won't find oil in 6 years. Our oil reserve is only will only last for 7 years. We have been having this conversation since 1974. In 1974, we are saying that our reserve is only 13 years. Now, PHE resource is about 6 to 7 years, but last year we are saying our reserve is 5 to 6 years. Now we are saying our reserve is 6 to 7 years, meaning that for oil and gas industry, once you have to have a mindset that you need to find additional reserve more than you are producing. It is not like that you will run out of oil. So if you want to pursue a career in oil and gas industry, don't worry. We will not run out of oil. It's only a matter of finding more reserve, more than we produce. If you look at the EV industries, then nobody will purchase oil, right? You don't have to worry about it. We produce oil. If we don't sell it as fuel, we sell it as petrochemical. It's much more expensive. It's much more value addition to us. On CCS, yes, there are a lot of uncertainty, but I guess uncertainty, if you look at it right now, the technical uncertainty is minimum. I guess the uncertainty is more on the regulatory side in Indonesia, but outside Indonesia, the uncertainty is a lot less than in Indonesia. So, getting back to your question is just follow your passion. The rest will follow. There are uncertainties, there are problems in your field of choice, but you can solve it if you have passion on it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so for our next question, please make your way to the microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Muhammad Frenggil Faramatina, undergraduate student from Polytechnic Energy and Mineral Atamigas, second semester. So my question is, with 19 skill groups supported, how is the upstream academy program customized to suit different technical roles while maintaining a standardized learning framework? I repeat, how is the upstream academy program customized to suit the different technical roles while maintaining standardized learning framework? Thank you.
Hope I get your question right. What we are doing with Upstream Academy is it is not actually an academy or a college that you have to go through. You leave your work and go to a special class. It's not like that. Only a part of it is a classroom setting. Most of it is we are doing a tutoring program, mentoring program. We we encourage our talents to do a self-study. A lot of them are online study that they can do on their desk, and most of them also enforce a supervisor mentoring their subordinates, or a special expert mentoring other employees or their colleagues. Now, how we manage how do we manage a standardized education level is we do have a lot of common field, for example, finance or accounting. Those can easily be standardized for or IT. There are courses or development opportunities on AI development, ML, machine learning, or for supply chain management, or for HR. Those trainings is standardized and it can be easily implemented in a standardized way. I guess what you are saying is how about the technical development, for example, for a geologist, for a petroleum engineer, or for a process engineer. We do have a standard for that. Basically, we are trying to provide training based on, for example, API or American Petroleum Institute standards, and we are working together with both overseas universities and national universities to develop those training or program, and then we benchmark it to our peers. We have a good relationship with Petronas, PTT EP. PTT is Thailand's Pertamina, Thailand's oil company, and we have a good relationship with ExxonMobil and what do you call it? It's Statoil. What is Statoil now? Equinor. Yeah, sorry. So we have a relationship and coordination with them so that we can benchmark our training program so it is on par with international oil companies.
Enough, thank you.
Thank you, Pak.
So for the last question, please make your way to the microphone.
Hello. Good afternoon, Wisnu. My name is Dika Faisbadrian. I'm from Professional. I'm from PT Neotek Inovasi Global. So my question is, you said earlier about AI and about machine learning and anything like that. Yeah. So to be honest, we have like the not synchronized with the material in campus and the material on the world itself. There is still this synchronized about what we having in industry and what we having in the campus. Okay, so the first one is what do you think or what do you expect to see in the future of the student of what they will learn or what what will they do if their campus not having this industrial expert or industrial training itself. And the last question maybe I will need you to give motivational to our students around here, and what should they do to become director and to become successful like you and all others in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. I guess I'll respond to the first question. Yes, Pak. Indeed, we do have a gap between what we need and what the capabilities of competencies that are being produced by campuses, meaning a fresh graduate. For example, as I mentioned before, it will be difficult to find a fresh graduate that has knowledge on HSSE, or if you look at the mechanical engineering student, I don't think once they graduate they can do welding or they can do drilling operations. And we have been in talks with universities regarding this. We have had some success in several supporting fields, for example, IT, finance, or legal. We've been able to work together with universities, for example, to provide legal program to support our M&As activities. But I guess expecting the academia, the universities to provide fit for purpose drilling engineer or fit for purpose HSSE officer, it's not gonna be very interesting for universities to provide that. That is why we are trying to find a middle ground here. We provide those training ourselves, and it is a standardized training so that we can, for example, modify it so that the ones who attend those training can not only work for us, but if they work in other fields, the HSSE standards are similar. I don't think we can say the same, but at least it is similar. Yeah, so yes, we are working with universities and campuses to close the gap, but I think for the foreseeable future, we will still need to provide the trainings ourselves. Now, you mentioned about the second question for motivation. I guess for the students or the graduates here, I can only provide comments on the oil and gas industries. For us, I guess what you students need to understand that oil and gas industry is not a sunset industry, regardless of what people are saying. For example, the Stone Age doesn't end because we ran out of stone. It's because we found and invent bronze. The Bronze Age doesn't end when we run out of bronze. Now, the oil industry will not end because of we run out of oil. The oil industry will only end if we find a substitute for oil. But I don't think electric vehicle or EV is a substitute for oil. It's just a matter of how or changing the way of we store the energy. Instead of a liquid form of oil, it is now a solid form of battery. So what I'd like to say to the students here is, if you have a passion to go to oil and gas industry, don't worry about it. The oil industry will still be here for decades. It's not gonna end unless we find a good or a better energy alternative than oil. And for the foreseeable future, I don't think it will happen. So don't worry if your passion is oil and gas, go for it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak.
Check. Okay, so if I could summarize this session, Pak, Pertamina Hulu Energy presents a strategic talent development framework to support its role in the energy transitions. Key initiatives include the Upstream Academy for Technical Leadership and Global Talent Readiness for Pre-Employment Training, or PET, for fresh graduates, and targeted programs in areas like CCS or CCUS, deep water, and merger and acquisition. Using a blended learning approach, that company aims to build a competent, agile, and future-ready workforce to drive sustainable growth and energy security. Okay, so that wraps up our final session of the day. Thank you, Mr. Wisnu, for sharing your expertise. And thank you to everyone for your kind attention. Since we have a lot of young people here, please remember that we are not just preparing for the future, we are currently building it one leader at a time. Thank you. So next agenda will be guided by MC Aziza.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wisnu Bahriansyah, and also Ms. Anissa Widyasari for the inspiring and insightful leadership talk. We kindly ask Mr. Wisnu and Ms. Anissa Widyasari to remain on the stage, as we will invite Mr. Arif Pranoto as the Project Manager of Annual Energy Symposium 2025 to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Wisnu. To Mr. Arif, you may come to the stage. And now to Miss Anissa, you may also gather to the center of the stage to have a group photo session. Let us now capture this moment. On my count, 3, 2, 1, smile. Alright, thank you once again, Mr. Wisnu, Miss Anissa, and Mr. Arif. We kindly invite you to return to your seats. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now we move forward to a special segment of today's agenda, the IS announcement. To deliver this announcement, please welcome to the stage Mr. Odesha Satya. To Mr. Ode, the stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Odesha Satya, and I'm here on behalf of the committee of IS 2025. And before we closing our event today, please allow me to announce to you about some award from the SPE Java in Indonesia section particularly, and also some of the winners recap from IS 2025. So the first one, there will be a membership recognition award from the SPE Java Indonesia section. And For the first category, we proudly present for Mr. Hendrikus Herwin as the SPE Java Section Distinguished Contribution Award. And the second one, we are proudly present to Ms. Dian Permanasari as the SPE Java Indonesia Section Outstanding Technical Contributor Award. So please, for the Ms. Dian Permanasari, please you may go to the stage and receive the award. And also please kindly Mas Farid Febrian as the Vice Chairperson of SPE Java Indonesia Section to proudly present to our awardee. Thank you, Ms. Dian, for your contribution. Yeah, Mas Farid, please remain on the stage. Yeah, and then the third one, the category of. Okay, the third one is we proudly present to Mr. Arasi Azariat as the SPE Java Indonesia Section Volunteer Service Award. Next. Okay, next and the last one, the category is we are proudly present to Scope PT Pertamina Hulu Energy for the SPE Java Indonesia Section Institutional Partner Recognition Award. So for the Mr. Ngurah Pandu, please go to stage to receive the award. Thank you, PT Scope PT. Masih ada mas. Okay, the second one, there will be an announcement of the SPE student chapter that received the achievement from the SPE International that will be delivered by my colleagues. Please, Gemintang.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Gemintang. I am the liaison officer of SPE Java. And I'm thrilled to introduce you our outstanding student chapters who have won the 2025 Presidential Awards. First is SPE Bandung Institute of Technology student chapters that winning outstanding student chapter in technical dissemination and professional development. For the president and vice president, you may come to the stage. And next, we have SPE University of Indonesia student chapters that won outstanding student chapter in member of recognition and appreciation. For the president or vice president, you may come to the stage. And next, okay, we have SPE UPN Veteran Yogyakarta student chapter that winning outstanding student chapter in technical dissemination and professional development. For the president or vice president, you may come to the stage. And last, we have SPE University of Pertamina student chapters that winning outstanding student chapter in technical dissemination and professional development. Okay, and we would like to ask Mr. Farid to give the appreciation to our student chapters. Okay, congratulations. Next is SPE UISC. Okay, next is SPE UPN Yogyakarta SC. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. And last for SPE, Pertamina University SC. Okay, now maybe let's take a picture with together with all president. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, big applause to our student chapters. Thank you. Back to Mas Ode.
Okay, thank you Gamintang and thank you Mr. Farid for already willing to give the appreciation to our awardee. Yeah. Okay, last but not least, there will be some of announcement from the scholarship program of SPE Java Indonesia section and also the 8 support program from SPE Java Indonesia section. So, next. Okay, here's some of recap from the SPE Java Indonesia section scholarship awardees and also 8 program awardees from SPE Java Indonesia section. And I think there are some of them already also join on our event today. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, so before we go to the recap of the winners from the IAS 2025, please allow me to introduce to you. This is a program that held by the scholarship awardee from SPE Java Indonesia section, and please come and join and support the event. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, so next there is a recap of some winners from the series of event of this year annual Energy Symposium 2025. Starting from the 24th of June, there is a student case study competition. We have 3 categories winner here. There is most valuable participants, and also the second winner goes to the Fantasy, with the member is already shown on the screen. And then for the first winner is proudly present to Itera Energy. Okay, on the same day, on the afternoon session, there is a 3-minute pops poster competition, and we have already 3 winners for each category, starting from the student category, and here are the winners. Please give a big applause to the winners. Yeah. Okay, the next one, this is the category for the professional, and we also have 3 winners for the professional category. Please give a big applause also for the winners. Okay, the last competition that held on the series of event IS 2025 is Scale Up, that collaborate with the SLB. And from the competition itself, we have 3 winners of this competition, and we proudly present to these 3 winners for the competition. Please give a big applause also for these winners. Yeah. Okay, I think it's already summarized the announcement. I give back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Odisha. So before we begin on to the next agenda, don't worry, this will be a very fun one. We would like to invite the previous winners from the quiz to make your way to the stage to receive the present. So do we have the winners here in this room? How many winners were there? 3 winners from the previous quiz. So are the winners present? Oh, I don't think we have the quiz winners. So maybe the winners will have we'll have to go to the committee right after this. I don't think we have the winners here for the previous quiz. Okay, so we have another quiz. And since this is the last day of the annual energy symposium, I heard the prize is gonna be big, go big or go home. Am I right for the last day? Just kidding, but it is a very fun gift that you could spend your money with. And so Aziza, you could guide us for the next game.
All right, like just we had earlier, you can join the quiz by scanning the QR code present here on the slide, or go to the slido.com and enter the PIN. All right, we will wait for a few minutes and we'll start the quiz.
Okay, I saw Mas Rizky. Did you scan the QR front, Mas Rizky? Oh, Mbak Fanya, is he allowed to participate? Allowed, okay. Even Mas Rizky is participating because he knows the prize for this one quiz. Okay, so let's all join and we will be waiting for your participation. Okay, lots of names. Here goes nothing. Sounds very optimistic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the quiz on 3, 2, 1. All right, for the first question, which city serves as the central hub for SPE Java section operations? Is it A, Bandung, B, Jakarta, C, Surabaya, or D, Yogyakarta? What do you think is the answer, Ms. Anissa?
Since I am a part of the SPE Java, I don't think I can give away the answer.
All right. All right, so the answer is D,
Jakarta.
So for the next question, which of the following best describes a core focus of SPE Java sections, collaborations with student chapters? Is it A, political awareness, B, financial literacy, C, career development at the energy sector, or D, cultural preservation? So the answer is
C, career development in the energy sector.
And moving on to the next question, which of the following universities is an active member of the SPE Java section network? What do you think is the answer?
Aziza, you cannot answer this one.
I cannot answer this one as well.
The answer is C, Universitas Indonesia.
All right, for the next question, what is the name of SPE Digital Networking and Discussion Platform for Professional? So we have 2, 1 second.
And the answer is SPE Connect. Oh, we have another one.
What annual event hosted by SPE gathers global professionals for papers, panels, and networking? Is it A, Global Petroleum Forum, B, Energy Innovation Week, C, Annual Technical Conference and Exhibition, ATCE, or D, World Energy Assembly? All right.
And the answer is C.
The
Annual
answer is-
Technical Conference and Exhibition, or ATCE.
And next one. Which of the following is a typical benefit of being an SPE student member?
And the answer is C. Access to technical journals and mentorship.
So for the next question, which of the following platforms allow members to access SPE published technical papers? Is it A, Deep Data, B, SPE Insights, C, One Petro, or D, Oil Library?
Okay, and the answer is C. One Petro.
Next one, what new outdoor activity is being introduced at AES 2025? Is it A, beach volleyball tournament, B, golf day with energy professionals, C, urban scavenger hunt, or D, charity bike ride?
Okay, and the answer is B, golf day with energy professionals. Okay, who is Naz? The first winner, okay. And the second one is Aji. The third winner is Riri. Fourth, Shami. And fifth, Chacha.
All right, so to all the winners, including the previous winners of quiz session, first, NRA, is there NRA here? And for Hohoy, please stand up as well. Okay, you may come forward to the MC's table and to receive your present. And moving on to the winners of this session, NAS, NAS, you may please stand up. Aji, you may please stand up. And Riri, you may please stand up. And you may come forward to the MC's table and receive your present.
Okay, before we close the annual energy symposium, we will have one final photo session with all participants. So if you could please stand up from your seats and have the photographer come to the stage to take picture from the stage. And everyone could stand up for this last photo session. Also the committee of SPE Java and, okay, please. All the committee of SPE Java could make their way to the front of the stage as we will have the final photo session with all audience.
All right, for all the guests, VIPs, please move forward to the front of the stage so we can fill the front row.
Okay, so for all the audience, we are now taking picture from the stage. So if everyone could move to the stage or to the front of the stage. Okay, for the SPE Java committee and all audience, you can come to the stage. We will be taking pictures on the stage. Okay, on my count, is everyone ready? Okay.
Yang paling belakang kan jinjik kalau nggak ambil di antara teman-temannya. Ya. Itu yang paling, nah yang perempuan tuh, nah sebelahnya mas, sebelah sampean tuh depannya, nggak kelihatan mbak. Mau nggak? Di depan masih bisa. Yuk sampai ujung, tambah lagi. Ya, mbak yang berkerudung hitam ya. Ya, mbak yang berkerudung hitam tidak kelihatan mbak. Ya, paling belakang. Nah itu mbak Sopo. Nah itu yang lagi senyum. Iya, nah betul, nggak kelihatan mbak. Ke depan aja. Gimana mas? Oh ya, mas yang paling ujung. Mas, di depan masih bisa 4 orang lagi untuk jongkok. Ayo, cepat. Nah, tambah lagi 2 lagi. Iya, masih bisa. Ayo, yang paling belakang tetap nggak kelihatan kalau. Lengkap? Iya.
Okay.
All right, and with that, we come to the end of the Annual Energy Symposium 2025.
Ininya nggak kamu tulis yang bagian aku ya?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, we come to the end of the Annual Energy Symposium 2025. This event is supported by SKK Migas,
Sponsored by T Navigator,
SLB,
Rystad Energy Asia Pte Ltd,
PT Elnusa Tbk,
ExxonMobil Cepu Limited,
Medco ENP Indonesia,
Pertamina Hulu Energi,
Harbor Energy,
media partner by Scope Pertamina.
And on behalf of the SPE Java section, we would like to thank you for your active participation, your energy, and your commitment to shaping a sustainable energy future.
We hope today's and the past 3 days' discussions and connections have inspired new collaborations and bold ideas moving forward.
Until we meet again in the next symposium, stay curious, stay engaged, and keep driving innovation. Have a safe journey home, and thank
See you next
See you next time.
Okay, we will now have photos.